You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat it from Gretchen, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, party. Yes, party.
Yes, sir. It's Mr. One with the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon, to be fine. Spoon, television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat it from Gretchen, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, party. Yes, party. Para
Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Welcome again. So yeah, we do apologize about that. So those online weren't getting us. Only those on the radio were getting us. Yeah. So again, welcome. Just to reiterate what I said, for those watching online. So yes, this is the Spoon Talk, and you are welcome. I think you're hearing me now. So if you're hearing me, just let me know that you are hearing me. For those of you watching us online, I think you should be hearing me now. I'm still seeing comments that there is no sound. So just give a thumbs up if there is sound now. Yes, there was no sound earlier on, but I think there is sound now. Oh, okay, yes. Yeah, so we can go ahead. Very shortly, I pinned the numbers on the screen so that those of you watching us can call us as well to tell us what's on your minds. But in the meantime, between time, let's take local calls. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Uh, yeah, thank you very much. So the sound is now okay according to our viewers. So let's now go to the lines and hear from Liberians. Hello, your name and where you joined us from. Hello.
Yeah, hello?
Hello, your name and where you joined us from.
This is Dara Flomo calling from Dublin.
Darius calling from Soul Clinic. Let's hear you, Darius.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the Spoon FM family for their work so far. I also want to comment on a show about the last night show. I have to do with the debate between Acido and I got a Martin Quality. I want to hear all of Acido. He was very brilliant on the show. At least he was able to beat the other guy on the show, because when it all started, the moderator tried to be biased on the show that the Martin Quality was going to have the day, but as those two were grand, there was no way Martin Quality could find the easy ride last night. So I want to appreciate Acido before the show starts.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for calling and making your point. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Hello, my name is Andy and I'm from Johnsonville Township.
Okay, let's hear you from Johnsonville, please.
Thank you very much. Let me say thank you for the show last night. And one of the greatest things of mine, I want to conscientize all Liberians to stay away from the so-called July 17 protest. The people are in power for 6 years. They abuse the power. They misuse our people, plundering our resources. And because they are left power, they want to use the same old people. I'm calling on all of the young people in this country, stay away from that protest, because the protest doesn't help any Liberians in any form. Modern they are rich, and every one of the other Liberians are now in poverty and struggling. So I just want to use this opportunity to tell our fellow Liberian youth, more especially the youth of our country, stay away from such protests. Don't be used by politicians.
Thank you. Let's hear another person out. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Hello, my brother again.
I'm okay. Let's hear you out. Okay.
I want to commend my president. He spoke well. My brother, I can say when George Bush came in Liberia, George Bush was tell to learn. So Donald Trump that Liberia no more or native country, English country that who in West Africa now the best English country. So we say marriage. So I want for them to come invest in Liberia because we constitution almost our constitution.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's hear you out. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Thank you very much. Good evening to the Spoon family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia.
Alfonso, go to the point. Welcome. Let's hear you out.
Okay, thank you. Recognition, brother. What actually on my mind, I want to be very much grateful and appreciative to the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency, President Joseph Numa Boakai, for a brilliant presentation of making Liberian people cases before President Donald Trump. He spoke well, lengthily, brilliantly, and did a unbelievable that they may have to ask the president where you were in school. He said Liberia. So to tell him that Liberians, we are very protectional people and educated people. So I would like to recommend to my president, he make a mark and he should also focus to the educational sector, because to tell the world that Liberia has a better educational foundation, men who hail for Lofa County, Swan, community, or Westenga.
Thank you.
Today, he can be spoken among world leaders. People must say, then conveniently, they can't believe it. So I'm grateful to the president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person out. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello, you guys. James B. Namo, calling from Nigeria.
Okay, James, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys see, I will tell the Labor Minister, we are almost serious treatment with a company called Jesus International Company, same money company.
Okay, what's the name of the company again?
Jesus International.
Jesus International, okay.
Yeah, it's the same money company.
Okay.
They got to the market last year. And we tell you, and we tell you about Louis, then they go make a company. He always treat you. Even the could have signed with him, he said, go by the contract. He level down, they will get a company. When you sell at the founder, and we thought, say, I go carry anywhere, will carry me out. He said, I carry anywhere, we will carry him.
Okay.
So we are tired of this. So we are asking the government to carry in, the Labor Minister to carry in.
Yeah, but you got to engage the Labor Minister now.
We are going to engage the Labor Minister, the assistant minister who is there, always backing the man. He's the one who scared. The Labor Minister, the assistant minister will send people to disrupt our people gathering.
Assistant Labor Minister?
Yes, the assistant Labor Minister there. One assistant minister there.
Right.
That the guy you depend on, the man depend on.
Okay.
Whenever we call a point, he say the thing. I will talk about that. So they don't want to join and lead the job. Let them go.
Okay, thank you for calling. That's a great allegation against an assistant Labor Minister.
Very serious.
But thanks for calling. Thanks for making your point heard. I hope folks from the Labor Ministry are listening. The Minister, the Deputy for Administration, and all the other folks. I hope they can take your message out and work on it.
All right.
Welcome. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Yeah, hello. My name is Mo Bobo, calling from Coca-Cola Factory, District number 3.
Okay, Mo Bobo, let's hear you out.
Yeah, my talking point going to Arce, bro, you the only for that ball. I can just say that your son there, even yourself, you admitted that the man used to go to it to pan string. But he could not maintain his temper. Even he gave himself, he said, talking about TV education. He that with youth and sport, he know much about TV. He was to tell the Liberian people when they were in government for 6 years, how many youth, he could say, he could give the of youth that were graduated under their administration, that they empower them with what? TV education. But he failed to do that. These people were there, really talking about, he do something to Martin. He don't do nothing to Martin. Martin big things massively.
Okay.
Even intellectually, he was not able to control his temper. You older than the man, you don't able to control your temper. You lead the small ball will add a on you. It was the era that Martin B. Arce do.
Thank you.
So, because several times Arce do call Martin in with all Martin calling any type of name. You see
Thank
that?
you very much.
These
Let's
are
hear
places
another
you can
person
grade
out.
people.
Thank you very much. Your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there?
Hello. How are you?
I'm okay. Let's hear you out.
Thank you. I just want to thank to God for our president. You know, when the president was invited in the United States by the United States president, our brothers and sisters opposite Lone Star Cell who only want to speak negative about this country, who want to see Liberia burn, all because we are is not president. The second president, Baka go America, they were arresting, they go into opposition, Liberia, blah, 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 spew all kind of lies. At the end of the day, the president went there, he explained, he told President Donald Trump, he for this country and what we have in exchange for what America have, because he didn't go there to beg. He went to speak as a president to president. And then at the end of the day, he referred to President Trump as Sir. And today, our friends and brothers opposite Lone Star Cell now telling us that the word Sir is an insultive language. In fact, it's not used to be used in any dictionary anymore. So we got to observe that their propaganda they carry on was a lie. President Biden went to America. There was nothing in that session. In fact, he was fruitful. He was praised by President Trump. And me, I believe we are going to go there.
Thank you.
You know, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Yeah, let's hear you out.
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, the mistake we eat as the president to the greater president declare and publish the asset, then 1847, no other president has done it. This is to the president for Liberia and putting Liberia on the education map. At least the president went in the
Okay, thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. We lost you. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Masale, I'm calling from Anfajri.
Yeah, Masale, go ahead.
Yeah, man, I called to tell Martin thank you. I really enjoy Martin last night. Martin spoke well as it was just there with tempo. I know that tempo will win a battle to the 9. I know. Or I Martin the
hello. Your line.
But not as they do.
Okay.
And then you go get your message, but you can't talk it. And I really know.
Okay.
Martin, thank you. Martin, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Yeah.
I'm Oscar. That is Zimbabwe calling from Gompa, Nimba County.
Oscar, let's say you from Gompa. You're always calling on the show.
Yeah, Yakazi, what my mind had to do with the jungle water electricity within Nimba County and Bon County.
Okay.
Yakazi, you cannot electrify a county and the citizens of the country are not benefiting. You can see when you reach to every city of the Nimbas and that of Bon, what jungle electricity is giving current to, you can see there is no street light. The city is very dark. Therefore, instance, when you come to Gamta, the whole of Gamta, Mr. Flo Thomas, who is the manager for the community, when he electrify his put street light as a gas source, we have to do Jackie. So I want to take this time to call upon the government. You know, when you prioritize business to private institutions, you tell the private institutions so the citizens can benefit. Not the fraud or the jungle water electricity make sure that cities like Gamta, Senecole, Campley, Blanc, Secretary, Tabata, the big city that he gave electricity to, let the citizens benefit by giving them street lights. Because you cannot be enjoyed for the citizen, okay. And they're not benefiting nothing. When you reach Gamta, Gamta is very, very dark. So I'm begging the government to put into it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for calling. Let's hear another person out. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello. Yeah, you got to post on energy in your voice, please.
Yeah, this is James calling from.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
I want to appreciate Arcelor for sending his last night, Martin. And I also hear people saying that people are criticizing the president for for President Johnson speaking to him like, he speaks English. But if you are a Portuguese and you speaking a Portuguese and somebody you speak Portuguese, well, is that a good statement? So for me, that statement made by Donald Trump is very respectful in a lot of ways to the president.
But one may say that the president is not an Englishman.
No.
Even though the official language spoken here in Liberia is English, but the president is not an Englishman.
Yeah, they refer to us as English-speaking country.
Okay.
So, you're not a French man. So all the people who spoke French in Liberia, that are Portuguese, they are interpreters. And that's honestly well.
Thank you.
So Nobody is saying I'm putting it's not condescending to the president.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Thanks for making your input here. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is Jerry. I'm from Bonafide.
Yeah, Jerry, please go ahead.
Yeah, my issue got to do with the police officer. We are not for when people in power to suppress who's the motorcycle, who's the Kesta, we don't want to put them in power. Your please talk to the people, let it start suppressing us. We have our family, we are feeding our mother, we are feeding our son. To open, comment is not helping no one.
Okay.
The comment school they are opening and no chair in the state. Comment school there, nothing. Everybody have money to send at to comment school.
How are the police suppressing you?
It is the police officer they are suppressing us.
How?
They are suppressing in the sense when you come on the way, the road the road was being passed what? To the wrong traffic only or commercial.
But there's a no-go zone policy. Are you aware of that?
Thank you. Yeah, I know. But it will be okay. Listen, I understand. For this thing, we are not know the special police officer who is a traffic police officer. Anybody can get arrest you and give you a ticket. And that's what be. You know happened before. Everything is special on. That's what be. They are suppressing all. And school are coming to open to begging them.
You sure you sure you can't do anything? They can work and arrest you unnecessarily.
Okay. Listen now, these things when you are coming, officer can just send it from the get or the car and put it here up. They park up the road.
On the main road? On the main road?
Yes.
But you shouldn't be flying on the main road. You shouldn't be flying on the main road, right?
No, you don't fly. They can see you driving slowly to stop you. And that's what happened. So that car they get ticket. They don't car the ticket. Why is it happening that way?
Okay.
What if we're trying to tell the government broke to come out contact?
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here on the line. This is an international call. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you out.
Yeah, hello, my brother. How are you?
I'm okay.
I'm calling from Morocco, Casablanca.
Okay. So you just want to lower or shut down the monitor? I'm getting a feedback.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I want to talk.
Shut down the monitor. You're getting a
feedback. Are you getting me now?
Yeah, you live. I'm just getting a feedback. That's all. Yeah, better. Let's hear you out.
Okay. I want to talk about Sister Fatu. The last time I came on the program, talking about the city. You see, in Liberia, we need Liberians to work in Liberia. You see, what the people talking about lion, and how they call it lion, how they call it group. I came from Ghana. One night we can work with our own citizens in Liberia. You see, we got Sister Fatu. I think Fatu, she ready to work. She ready to make a cleaner in the city. Why we can't put her there and get a contract to her? You see, I've been trying to talk about that one the last time I talked to the CEO on it. See?
Okay.
So I'm really talking about, because tonight they have a special guest. He's coming on the program tonight, and Sister Fatu will be there. I hope the CEO could allow me to make a call. You see, because we need to keep our country, our city clean. You know, okay. So, my request tonight is pertaining to that Sister Fatu program.
Thank you very much.
Okay, please, thank you. Please, Papa.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here on the local lines. 0777 771 101075. If you've just joined us, you are listening and viewing the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5 megahertz. The show is also being simulcast on Fabric 101.1, and we live on our various social media handles: Spoon TV Live, Super TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and there our YouTube channel. So you can catch us up on any of these platforms, and you're going to be live on the show here this evening. This is the Speak Your Minds segment. This is the segment in which we afford you, our listeners, our viewers, the opportunity to call in and tell us what's on your minds. You probably want to talk about trending national issues in the country. You want to speak out on issues unfolding within your communities that maybe the government does not know about, that the public does not know about. So the lines are now open. You can call and have your say. 0777 1075 101075. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, my name is Momo B-side calling from Newport Town.
Yeah, Momo, let's hear you out.
Yeah, my brother, my concern had to do with the Liberian National Police. I think I'm listening to the show. One of our brother just make a reference.
Okay.
You can see from the time we were born in Liberia, they honor great. The police doing inspection on Sunday, on Saturday. Is that a government working day? Like what my brother was saying, the police people don't have, like right now, just after 8 or 9, if you go in the street, anybody can harm you, anybody can kill you. You will not see one policeman in the street. But as soon as they say 5 o'clock in the morning, the police can go on the road 4:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Can you imagine Douala Gamble and 3 gate? You go to Simebe, they get gate. You go to Cowell Junction, they get gate. So the police are just there just for the citizen, just for the car, the keke, and the motorbike. They're not there to defend any life. My brother, it's not easy on the taxi drivers, the pimping rider, the monarch see your car say we cool. You go buy your paper somewhere 8,000, they say you monarch take cool. How do they say you to get your money? The police have formed Susu card just for the driver and the keke driver. We come how to change this police.
Thank you.
All of they are called on radio. And the police don't mind what they ride out for.
No. We wouldn't take that. We wouldn't take that. Thank you for calling. Let's talk to another person. Yeah, we wouldn't take threats. Any violent comment, any comment that has to do with violence wouldn't be allowed here on this platform, because we are not here to instigate violence, and we either don't want anybody to instigate violence. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, let's hear you out.
Yeah, Waka Bani Mani calling from Central Town. My concern have to do with they say yes, people hearing that don't be boring. Central Town, Keke will be stopping from Banaze, Keke will be stopping to Freeport. I stay down from Sinko, Keke will be stopping Jalasa. That will be my concern. I really want to know if Spoon, because Spoon is only credible media that some of us believe in. If Spoon get any tips or any information regarding this, because like I said, they say, but like they say sometimes, yeah, they say sometimes it kind of true, but like I don't really know where the other decision coming from. You know, finally, why really kick people? Why really kick to that? You have to find kick. If for traffic, I can get blocking traffic, and then
thank you.
If you get blocking traffic and police car free, I'll blame the police because police got a legal arm. You know.
Thank you.
To
Thank you.
regulate traffic, if they can be blocking traffic at the same time, if you not put them under control and then you threatening them to take them from out of the street, I don't know how that will be. In my mind, if you want to stop to get out of the wrong in Moravia or any part of this country, you have to stop the importation of keke. That has to be the best thing.
Thank you.
On my mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for calling. We've been joined. See you. Welcome.
But you can say, according to the, you refuse to take my call. You can say, Daisy, did I do something to you? You can say, can you explain to me actually? You got something in your heart, in the little corner of your heart against me. You can say,
I don't have any.
5 times you refuse to take my call.
Yeah, I actually promised to return the call. I was in the middle of something when you were
No
calling.
problem. Listen, you can see, where I'm from, we don't keep grudge in our heart, so that's okay.
Yeah, likewise me. For Nima County, we don't keep grudge.
No, I'm from West Summit where from. We don't keep grudge. Several times I said the same. We say as we see it, so that's the way it is. But how you
Okay.
doing, Yagezi?
I'm great. I'm okay.
Yagezi, after your show, where you can put all the things in down for us to have space here. Plenty of stuff there, yeah. I see Dr. Richardson in the back. Usually people say stand up, Dr. Richardson come on the show and she leave. Hey, I can't hold Dr. Richardson. She can decide. She can for 2 minutes and leave, no problem. If you miss her, you ask her where to find her. She will tell you. You don't have to ask me. I'm here mind my business. You don't put me in your situation. You can see the other day you asked me, but Dr. Richardson left the show. Hey, Dr. Richardson can leave anytime.
Text you this morning, you didn't get back to me.
Excuse me?
I text you this morning, you didn't get back to me.
Oh, you sent me the text?
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I thought I was Abraham. It said Richardson, so I thought I was Abraham, your husband. So they
Yeah,
might play for different teams. So I don't talk to somebody that on different team.
we have the same phone number.
Oh, you got the same phone number?
Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta be careful texting you now because you got the same phone number. Thank you for letting us know that you got the same phone number.
Shut up. Oh my God.
We also have Tenet on the show, and I'm trying to get a hold of Tenet, and apparently I'm trying to bring her on for us to hear her. But Dr. Richardson, you mentioned yesterday, over 200,000 people watched the show. It was big. It was wonderful. You missed it yesterday. Over 200,000 people came down to celebrate, and to pay attention to the world-class debate. Now, people say, well, Stanton, you never had debate question format. We did. But it's not my business to share with the audience, right? They both can receive the instruction, the entire format, and guess what happened? And I think they followed through. And you put, no. It's not business to share with you. But I think the guys did wonderful yesterday. I think everybody, had the position that the Richardson acid though was coming so hard. And you got Martin Corley who couldn't, they say, listen, we should stick on substance. And I think it was good. And now a lot of people want to have debate now because Dr. Richardson, I think this is the new form of argument around the time that people should do. A lot of people want to have debate, and I really think it is necessary for us to have debate. Dr. Richardson, talk to Yekezi. I think this is Martin. So let me see. Go ahead.
Who's Martin? I missed something. I don't know what you guess you know who Martin is?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So we're in for a surprise. So apparently we're getting a guest today, but whoever comes on, we're willing to be able to, talk and inform the Liberian people. Hi, Lafayette. Hi, Mr. Councilor Gu. How are you?
Cool, Dr. Richardson. How are you?
I'm doing good today. Busy, but doing good. Yeah.
Sure. Stanton, what's up?
Yeah, Burrows, Butro. What kind of name you got? Butros. Okay, Butros. Where the hell you're Butros? You don't even look like you're Butros. But again, welcome you were all yesterday.
Hey, looking at Stanton. Hey, looking at Stanton with us. Hey, looking at Stanton with us. We're looking at Opa. So no problem.
You gotta call all of my names. Stanton, Alexander, Witherspoon, right? You gotta pronounce all of them. Just call me Alex.
Lafayette, Boudros, Gould, Senior.
Okay, that's fine. We respect that. Dr. Richardson, your name, Francine. Would I start with the doctor because you earned it, you work for it. So Dr. Francine, can you put your name? Dr. Francine Special. With Conchito West Richardson.
Whatever you want to say, man.
But that's your name. That's your name.
I own it and I carry it.
So I come to Tamba. Tamba, D, grasshopper eater, and
Stanley, when I leave you with grasshopper business. Good afternoon to you guys.
I used to know
grasshopper eater, bugger boy eater.
You know what? When we create our third party, we will select the grasshopper as an emblem.
I'm hearing a lot of stuff, right? About this third party thing. I'm hearing a lot of stuff. Seriously. I'm hearing a lot of people talking, a lot of folks seriously engaging. Now, people think this is a joke. Everybody's saying, but both parties currently, they are the same. They are saying the CDC is no different from Unity Party. The Unity Party, no, the only thing they got is same power. I mean, they're different father, but same mother. That's what they are saying. They are from the same woman, but they got two different power. And if you look at them, there's a lot of similarities. A lot. If you look at both parties, they know how to beat on civilians when civilians go protest. If you look at them, they know how to steal from the country. If you look at them, both government come to government, they are so damn corrupt. They are stealing from themselves, they don't even know. I mean, just look at them. Just look at both. They know how to pass deals and concessions and enrich themselves. They know how to increase their own salary and budgetary allocation. They know everything. They know how to spend $17.4 million just on what you call committing hearings. I mean, you tell me. This party is like, I think they got a special black book. I know we started the show, your folks. We got 10 more minutes, we'll start the show. But that Richardson, I think they got a special black book. And they just go down the line, the bullet points, and just say, this is how we operate when we take power. So, I mean, if you want another Unity Party or another CDC, then they got to transform, they got to change. How can a Unity Party come in government and say we're going to spend $84 million on yellow machine, but it take one man called Jeremiah Pankun to reduce that thing and renegotiate everything?
I mean, I saw them, but no,
but I never told my own. I mean, you see, yesterday I was so happy when you were off yesterday, especially you and Dr. Richardson. I don't know what you guys went yesterday, but I was so happy that you guys
were the same people. They're the same people. Oh,
because I pointed Jeremiah up, so you bet.
They're the same people. That's what I'm saying. They're the same people, my brother. They're the same people from the same hole. They want the same water.
But so let me finish, my man. Yeah, today we get the bad information about LACRA. I mean, LACRA issue about the president's daughter. What's her name? I'll call her name. Involved with the whole LACRA scandal. Today we get a bad information about agriculture ministry and something on the front page, Africa. But I think what I'm hearing from the GSC report is very terrible. Today we get bad information. Let's just talk about Liberia, about ArcelorMittal saying to us that we took your 15% because you can't do nothing to us. So listen, it's so bad that transport ministry taking the government information that you talk about driver lesson and all this thing to give it to a foreign company. And when the people want to ask questions, the police beat on them. I mean, and Salif Tyler is there. The back and forth about who owns Liberia, who you can give government agreement to and who you cannot. This is trouble. That's the same CDC and UP.
We own Liberia, Stanton, all of us.
Listen, the Liberian people will make that decision, but I will say this though, Dr. Richardson, my brother counselor, the good counselor, and I'm telling you, this guy is great. He have his fault, he refused to go back home since he left his family, but he's a good guy. I really want to tell you guys, he's a good guy.
You talking about?
Thank God.
No need, no blame.
Thank God to know you, President.
No, this guy, he's a good guy. The only thing, we begging him to go back to Liberia. 4 years now since you left your family.
told you that before? Yes.
I'm telling you because I know I'm under the water. You're not under the water. I'm gonna need you.
Fast check.
I don't have to fact check.
We'll fact check you.
You can fact check me, but I don't have to fact check. And, you know, and I want to say to all of you, man, at the end of the day, we will be having a what happening? What happening, man? We'll be having a wonderful show today. Let me grab a water from the fridge.
So, Councillor Gu, I understand you are in South Sudan. I know Stanton is getting water, but have you been there for 5 years? Because I look you up on LinkedIn, I didn't see that role.
1 year and 1 year and I've not edited my LinkedIn profile.
Okay.
But I've been here 1 year.
But you see how you guys don't pay attention when we're talking about Richardson. Let me pause. Don't answer yet, Councillor. I said the councillor been all of the country for 5 years. I didn't say he been in South Sudan for 5 years. I mean, we didn't go to school of journalism, no. So we ask questions, you know, to get your attention.
I heard that and I picked it up.
Yeah,
God will have mercy on you.
No, but I said he been out of the country for 5 years. I didn't say that the Richardson he been in South Sudan. Tama cannot win election in Lofa.
Even if I ask a question unrelated to you, and it may confirm.
Because we just want to, you see, that Richardson. I got 10 more seconds, right? Let me say this to you.
According to my watch.
Can any lawmaker, that Richardson, can any lawmaker put a hand up and say, I want you to vote for me and all of my benefits, all of my salary, all of everything I'm going to get, I will give it to the district or I will give it to the county. Do we have anyone right now contributing 100% of all of the income to the people they are representing? Do we have anyone?
No.
Why should they do that?
No, because
we will get to the why. We will get to the why. I'm just asking, do we have, I mean, you're not today, all of you told that. Do we have anyone?
No.
But I'm not asking you now. We still got 4 other people.
There's no one that I know of. I know that Dylan did say he was going to give, I know, half of his salary to the district.
No, not half.
Okay, how much? How much did he say he was going to give back?
Said he was not going to take more than 5,000.
Okay, more than 5,000. At the time, the
the
salary at the time, right, was more than 10,000. Now it's around 9K. So
I agree, whatever it is.
Now it's 7,000. Hello. Now it's 7,000. I think 7,800. And Dylan normally raise it. He gave the 2,800 back, and he add 200 on it to make it 3,000 for the county every month.
All right.
That's what I know.
Stanton, there's no question.
And there's no other lawmaker that we know that doing that. No other lawmaker that we know that doing that.
Let's be honest. If you just come on the show, don't jump into our conversation.
Yes.
If you just come on the show, don't jump into our conversation, please. We gotta recognize you first. And I've not recognized all they did on the yes, right? So if you just come in, you gotta wait. That Richardson, my question, please. Do we have anyone in Liberia right now giving 100% of the benefits, the salary, the fuel, the gas, everything back to the district or the county they represent?
Not that I know of, but I'm interested in the why. Why should they do that?
Correct. We'll come to the why. Right now, you say you don't know that, right? Councilor said no. Tamba, you said no, right?
If you say 100%, I don't know.
I said 100%. I said
100%. I don't know of anyone. I haven't heard it. I haven't read it. I haven't seen it.
Okay, Fubi, do we have anyone, Fubi? Because you ran 4 times and they beat you, so maybe you know.
Nobody.
Really, your other player.
I don't have a record. So, and I will still run again.
On your CV, so it's okay.
So,
your CV Your CV said 2009 you ran. Oh, you didn't win.
Yeah, man.
CV said 2011 you ran.
My debut was
Where on the
2011.
CV? Where on the CV you gonna put that? On unemployment or unemployment? Your employment history.
Experience.
Oh, experience. That's right. Experience. So, but Fubi, have you heard anyone, Snow, anybody giving back 100% to the county or the district?
No.
Darius, welcome. Darius, you're going to be with us. I think you said 5 minutes, right? So you still get 3 more minutes left. Have you heard anyone?
No. Nobody so far. And Delon, I'm not sure he's giving 3,000 every month back to Maserado. So nobody.
Alelo.
I'm sure of that.
Alelo. No, you're not sure. That's what
The
superintendent. But guys, we cannot do this. I'm begging you. We just can't do this. Let's do it one at a time.
If you don't say something like you not show up.
No, but Glenn, you cannot.
I spoke English. I spoke English. I said I'm not sure.
Let me start interrupting our show. You have the time. But you got the flow, Darius. What say you?
I said I have not heard about anybody with respect to the question, and I am not sure. Senator Delon has been giving 3,000 back to Maserado.
Okay. So now, thank you very much. It's not only restricted to Senator Delon. I'm saying across the 103 lawmakers. So let's talk to you, Sister Glendy. Welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. Dr. Francine, how are you?
I'm okay. How you doing today?
I am wonderful. And the question is, I don't know why should anybody give up their 100% salary, but I don't think anybody is doing it. But I know for a fact that Dylan still gives the money on a monthly basis that he promised, and even more.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we move to as to the why, and Dr. Richardson said why. Okay, Dylan gave 5,000, 50%, 30%, whatever the percentage may be, they don't give us something back. If he still giving it, that's the question. But Sister Glenny say she 103,000.1001% show they don't still giving it back. Now, my question
is, 1 million. I am 1 million. I am 1 million.
And you are interrupting again. So my question is, you said nobody giving anything back. But I told Musa Betty to say he was going to give it back. Everything.
I didn't. Your question was.
No, I said 100%. You're right, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's switch it up here.
You're right, 100%. So, Lenny, can you stop interrupting us for begging you? You said 100% that of Francine. So, but you are saying why, and that's why now we cannot confirm. First of all, who Dino is giving that 5,000 to? If he is still giving the 5,000, who is he giving it to?
There's a committee that is set up in the county.
Okay.
There's a committee that is set up in the county that have been set up from the time they don't become senator in 2019.
Okay.
And that committee receives the money, and then part of the money is used for the rehab center and other projects within the county.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's get something straight, right? What was Delon's initial promise when he said he would give back the money? What exactly did he say?
It's 502.
I will give back. Say that, Dr. Richardson.
502. I just want you to know.
Thank you.
Oh, you want to leave it now and go to the conversation?
No, let anyone. We got to prepare. On the floor.
Thank you, Marcel.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, guys, let me see. I really want to learn something today, please. I beg you guys.
Now you all want to learn. You can be researching on the story from 2010. Now you want to.
Glenn, you interrupted our show. Let call you to order. I really want to learn something today. That Richardson, you say 502, referring to what?
You said the show starts
at the time. Oh, you're calling the time. All right. So that Richardson is just telling me I'm gonna leave this conversation and start the show. That's exactly why she called him into time. But again, if you have the video, part of the show, right?
Part of the show.
A part of the show, yeah. I mean, only we just got to control Glenny because whenever you talk about Glenny skin issue, So we got to control
But
Glenny.
I'm
not
not
to interrupt.
not even the scheme.
Yeah.
Not Glenny alone. Not Glenny alone. When you cut the loan in my head, I can be shaking my head. Can be itching. Don't put Glenny alone there. Put me.
Okay, you two, Glenny and Councillor. The first thing I said in there, but you're not making that. That's the first thing. So, you said talking when I hear you.
No lawmaker can compare him or herself with Delon. Not one.
Okay.
Delon
Okay,
stand tall.
So that way now we'll get to you. We'll get to you. I'll pay to you, man. That's the first thing. You say why? You say why should they do it, right? But have you asked yourself the other question? Why should those lawmakers take more? Why are they still increasing the benefits, the salary? If you do the math, they are going home with almost $245,000 every year, including benefits, including the car every other year, every 3 years, and everything. If you put this stuff together, they are going home with a lot of money. But then you say, why? Now you ask a good question, will allow the Liberian people to answer that question as to why they should go give back, right? Do you think it would be a good idea for them to do it, Dr. Richardson?
Well, I've asked myself both continue of the question, why should they give their 100% salary and why shouldn't? It's an easy fix to just tell senators, give your salary, take care of your district or take care of your county. It's an easy fix. The fix is in the budget, okay? Let's fix the law so that the budget can contribute to our infrastructure, to our healthcare, to our hospitals, and fix the law so that the lawmakers should not be carrying that amount of money home or have legislative engagement funds. It's not about saying what we want them to do. It's about the legal and the lawful approach of what they should be doing for the Liberian people. So I've asked myself on both continue of the question.
Since you become the global chair, I'm telling you what, you're just getting to be too smart.
Global chair what?
I cannot call the party name because that party was found in my girl living room in Wiela.
Whatever you say, global chair, Citizens Movement for Change, is CMC.
Tell me what you think, though. Let's wrap up this one and then we can go to our show for today.
Look, Stenton, this is the crux of the matter in Liberia in governance, right? And I have been a proponent of A, reducing salaries for lawmakers, and B, cutting the waste. The pork barrels that they hire all of additional benefits in addition to their own base salaries. I don't think we need to depend on senators to use their salary. Look, if someone wants to give back, they have the means, they are well set, it's a good thing. But it creates a dependency syndrome in Liberia, wherein when you are senator today or you are minister of government, your entire village and township and districts and county is coming to you to take care of their families, their personal needs. I think that's not the Liberia we want. We want a Liberia that's competitive. We want a Liberia where the resources can be redistributed through opportunities. We want a Liberia where people are not dependent on other people to get by. Create those opportunities in a community, in a county, in a country, so that we can have jobs, so that young people can go to work, so that mothers and fathers have something to send their children to school. They have a safety net. That's the Liberia we need to think about. I think the current legislature in its form, the way they control the budget, the way they party with their own personal benefits, it's a white collar crime, I would say. They are using the budget system basically to enrich themselves. These salaries need to be reduced. We shouldn't create a dependency system because that's what we've had.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us today. Dr. Richardson, to tell you the truth, I'm admiring you every day because you are getting more in tune to the Liberian politics. Like your other sister on the show, I really do admire you. It's a beautiful thing the way you answer the question.
Which one are into why are you trying to say that? They're just saying no. Where the in tune coming from? What are other story coming from today? Which one is in tune? Don't go check out the show for you. My second debate here tonight. God, ready for you.
one thing I learned, just not to debate a female. I never do so. Because I will always say, you win. Please go in peace. It make me feel better. Unlike most of the gentlemen on the show here, and Akaris Gray, I will always say you win. But that Richardson, seriously, your political answer is just on point. I'm admiring you. Continue to do what you do. Continue to be engaging. And I'm saying from the other side of the aisle, CMC, that was created in my guild living room in Wiela, is doing extremely well. Okay, so I can put a picture up if you have not seen it.
Thank you for the inclusiveness of this show to have at least 2 women, powerful women on this show. I appreciate it.
What made you powerful? Granny know that she's powerful.
You admire us. You admire what we do.
We're not going nowhere. Nowhere we're going. We're here.
Granny know that she's powerful.
Very, very powerful. Very powerful. We don't want to get bright in the show self for them, Dr. Regency. See how we looking. See how they looking amongst us today.
The minute look fine in him, son.
That's something you're talking. See it. Look at it. Shout us, thinking, shout us.
Lord, please hold back. Please hold back what I'm about to say, Lord. Please, Lord, help me.
Don't be that.
Please, Lord, help me.
Don't be that.
It's a big one. It's a big one. But want to say welcome to the show, folks. Continue to share our show. We're so happy to be here today to discuss issue of national concern. I'm here with Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson. I'm here with my brother, the councilor Go, my sister Glennie, and Phoebe Henrys, Darius Doe, Tamba Aguilas. We're so happy the rest of the team will be joining us. Yesterday we had a big show, Acid Doe and Mountain Cuddy. It was great. We have shared the information with them, the topic, not the topic, but the structure of the debate with them. And indeed, the follow through, to me, it was unique. You will never have 100% satisfaction when any group coming from out of a debate. But I can tell you, the Liberian people took away something. Everybody stick to the talking point, the position, and it was a great show yesterday. Today we'll be talking with Tenant Sober. Tenant Sober is, I hope I pronounced it right, her son signed a contract with one of the champion team, the most recent NBA champion team. All right. And she's coming on the show to talk about her son, to talk about her family. She lived right next door to me. She says, Stanton, I'm the one of the biggest fan of Spoon Network. Hey, Stanton, where am I coming on the show? I said, you one of the biggest fans? I don't even know you. She said, yeah. I've been calling you, not answering me. I said, but today, trust me now. And, she had to call my family in Atlanta City. They got to call me, Patrick, Doe, Sweetie, all of that. I said, but you just Stanton. I said, hey, Stanton, please, can I come? But you know what, though? I'm proud of her. And at least we can say, yes, we are in the NBA. So today we're going to have her. She's going to talk about son. We're going to put the pictures up. And again, maybe he will appear by phone or so. I don't know. But we just agreed to hear her out. And, a Liberian, though. You hear her name tonight? You call her man tonight. You hear her name, right? She will be here talking about her son. The guy is 6'10". He's big like a giant. I mean, I saw some of his different. You know what? I used to play basketball, right? When I used to play basketball, Cancer.
Oh my goodness.
Those are the people I like to dunk on. When I used to play basketball, I can show you right there. And Granny came the other day. She drove past my house. She wanted to step on the basketball court. When I used to play basketball, you don't want to come close to me because I'm like a flying saucer. Woo! And giving all the different. Look at Fumi.
He's laughing like crazy.
No, but Fumi, you remember? When I don't know when I'm like a flying saucer. I don't even walk. I'm not even Air Jordan. I'm just passing that level right now. And that's exactly why. But when you see this guy, he's like, oh no, I'll be like a Mitchie on him because you know what? He's so 6'10", and big like hell. So therefore, when we happen to be there, we happen to bring him on. What you said?
He has to be real tall, giant, 6'10".
Yes, yes.
Height.
I was just telling you, Ibrahim just walked in and he just laughing like crazy. You calling yourself flying saucer? He laughing like
that's my name. That's my basketball name, Flying Saucer. You know, yeah.
Your Air Force One. You're not Flying Saucer. You're Air Force One. Your Air Force.
What are you flying?
Why you flying?
Everybody say you play UFO, not basketball, not NBA.
They never play in North Korea. You're playing North Korea.
No, but look, people that from beyond MTA that know me. People from North Carolina know me. They call me flying saucer when it comes to basketball. Don't mind the height, man. I fly. I fly. You know, mommy, I just say I sting like a baby, then what? And fly like a what? You guys help me now.
Butterfly.
So you guys don't remember the line?
No, but see, your record on Popo Beach. That one at you.
Why you gotta be Popo Beach? I don't want my record to be on Popo Beach. I think that's also Popo on that beach. No. Darren, don't do that. I don't want my record to be on Popo Beach because there's some people on that beach. No, my record. So if you want to know my basketball name, I'm Flying Soso. You know, my number used to be number 4. And anybody see that number, they know. I can call names right now, those that I play again.
What position did you play?
That Richardson, you want to know about me?
Yes.
No, I can tell you right now. I got photo everything.
I really want to know if you know the game. You tell me what position you played. You know.
You want to know if I know the game?
Yes, I do. You tell me
what position you play? Talking.
What position you play? Your formation. Get your change.
You want your son or you want your son to say
No.
That's why it's dear to my heart. That's why I ask you. It's dear to my heart.
You want to stand on Gion to send you text message?
I'm a former player.
No, but listen. If you want to know about me, right? And my basketball skill, ask Glenny.
No show tonight.
Danny used to be here. No show tonight, Glenny. Glenny used to be here. Yeah, go later. No show. Glenny used to be behind the basketball court. Big Tabu. Hey, you see my center? You see my center? Center business. I will kill myself. That Glenny there. Oh, Fubi, you are there. Center business. I will kill myself. You took the rest of it. So now I get the ball. I go, what? That's it. When I get the ball, I go 1, 2. Then you see Glenny.
The man who play basketball who are flying saucer, he know the position he play on the court.
No, basketball. I play basketball and I'll play center. Seriously.
Well, which height? Which height you play in that center? Which height?
Kenny.
So your ball, would you stop it to the end of the net? Not going inside.
Kenny, my name is Flying Soso. You know that. But let's bring in Tenant Sober. That's the name. We want to say that we're bringing her on today. Are you ready, Tenant?
Yes, I'm here.
Adjust the camera now, please. Can you put yourself in the camera? All right, we want to welcome you to the Spoon Talk. We're so happy. So we're gonna just let's allow you to adjust yourself, make it a little better. Then we'll bring you on. But Benny, I saw this on your page, and when he went for the draft, and everybody was running with it. It was on your page. People saw it, But we're happy. Let's just reset. Liberia, he's in the NBA. We have so many Liberians playing in the NFL, but this is so special because of his upbringing. And, just imagine the family just 20 minutes away, his mom in Trenton. And it's a big deal for us. So I'm so happy to bring in Tene that we can talk. Yes, you better. Yes, it's so good. Can you hear us, Madam Summer?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you very much for joining us today. Welcome to Spoon Talk. We're very glad that we can have you, that we can talk on the issue about the NBA and your son now representing Liberia. Welcome. I'm here with Dr. Richardson and Glenny. Yes.
Stand on. Can you tell her to just dress what? I will say, am I right? To cover the light, the reflection.
Okay.
If she can just move her left shoulder, move on her left.
Okay, we'll make the adjustment. She will make the adjustment, then we'll bring her back. We got a mileage here. I think Jenna want to show
So,
us.
Conor Gray, which one you play?
Hold on 1 minute, Councilor.
Somebody told me say you're 102.
Councilor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Let's see if we can bring them back. Are you? Is it better now? Councilor, can you hear me?
That
light, the flashing, what light is it?
In the back.
Let her move to her left.
In the back of
Let her move to her left. To her left. No, move to your left.
Okay, Councilor. Councilor Wismore. Now, are we going to
that could be all right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know someone you're able to tell you have to go give the patient and gesture on the right. You'll put it on the left.
Yeah.
Always remember when the person facing you, you guys are opposite.
Yeah.
I think she's all right there. I think so. Let's try it. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
Yes.
Yeah, it's better.
All right. We want to say you are better, Martin. We get a Jesse on Oklahoma City. Why? Not there, but let's see the other button. Forget that thing, but just zoom in a little bit. Let's see the cap. Let's see what you got on that.
She paying attention to somebody.
Are you hearing us? Forget that thing, but just zoom in a little bit. Let's see it. All right, but you got to turn your TV off. Okay, this year is kind of, she'll get it right. She's trying, she'll get it right.
She happy bad way, so she
got to be. It's an exciting time.
Yes, it is. But we're gonna be hearing from her. She's a wonderful woman, a hardworking mother. If you just listen.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to say to all of you, we're going to have the first segment with Madam Tenant Sobert. Then we're going to move towards our national issues, our national politics. We want to welcome all of you. Continue to share the show. Good day. Let's get the photos. About Tenant. But before we do that, while Tenant is setting up, let's go to commercial real quick. People are paying for the commercials. If you want to do your business with the Spoon Network, please come through. A lot of commercials coming in. Good day. Are you there? Can we roll those commercials real quick? I'm going to talk about the bus trek. The bus trek is coming up on the 12th, which will be on Saturday. The bus trek is huge, and we just want to tell you, don't forget, you must go and take a look. It's a beautiful movie. It's in Liberia right now on the 12th, the TM Mall. That's where they will be premiering at the TM Mall. We want to say, yes, indeed, you should be part of this big program. We got other commercials here. Let me run with it real quick. Where is Good Day? I think this one.
Yes, this is Mary Tugba.
Well, my name is Paul Bonyo, and I'm calling you from the Mega Melonia Bonanza. Congratulations, Mary. You have just won yourself 100,000 Liberian dollars.
What?
You can now pay your children's school fees and buy all the fun things you wanted to buy.
Wow.
My first time winning here. Now, all you have to do is just follow my instruction. Send me the 5-digit verification number that will be sent to your phone just now so I can transfer the money to your phone immediately. Now, look in your message and send me the number.
Okay. The number is 72726.
No, Mary, that is not the code. Take your time, relax, and read the code that is in your message box right now.
Okay. 77511.
Okay, 77511. Oh, but when are you playing for me?
Ayaka, you think I'm gonna eat a house on, eh? No, it's not going to work. Remember, scammers are all over trying to scam and take away your money, your account, and your identity. Don't share codes or pins on the internet or off the internet with anyone. A cybersecurity awareness message from the Liberia Telecommunications Authority.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what we have it. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Tenant Sobert, you are so good. The light's good. Let's just get into it. We're happy to have you today, and thank you for joining us. We're going to be talking about your son. Welcome to Spoon Talk. You have seen us. You know everyone here. Let's get to it. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
What's the story? How you doing? How's the family?
Oh, we're all good, trying to settle in.
You trying to settle in? You settle in yet? After the big contract?
No.
But again, we happy to have you. I'm looking at the photos. I'm going to put them up. Explain a little bit about yourself, your family, and then we can get to your son and his basketball skill and his contract with OKC.
Okay, well, my name is Tenen Taylor Sobro, and I left for Liberia. I came to the States in 1998 in November, and I was living with my dad. And I came across my husband, and we had 2 beautiful children.
You can take a break. I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yes, we're here. We listen to you. You want to continue?
Oh, okay. So my husband and myself met while I was going to work, trying to take the bus to go to work. My husband and myself met, asking me where I was going. So as you say in America, you don't just, when people stop car, you don't just go to them to, see why they stop. So when he was talking, I'm like, I'm waiting for the bus, getting late for work. So, I would take you around. I said, you know what? I don't know you. Around from you. Who are you? He said, oh, come on, Liberian girl. Then he started speaking like Liberian. I said, oh, okay, Liberian made. So, the work. And that's when everything started. I had my first son. Peter Sobro Jr., and I had Thomas Sobro. And Tom, started playing when he was 3. The dad is he transferred to Federaco Park to teach him how to shoot the ball. Peter Sobro Sr., my husband, how to shoot the ball and all that. And Thomas started learning how to play with Peter because Peter was like 10 going on 11 when he started playing. So they were too big, but the dad kept telling him, you will be all right. He would cry. And the dad said, Thomas, you will be all right. Go ahead. And, while we're on that, every time you do it. And my kids, like, I started them with Catholic school. I didn't put them in public school, And it was a long way, My husband would help me. I would put together, we pay the children's tuition. My husband was working, that was his responsibility to pay the children's tuition. Oh, and he got sick, cancer, and he died. That at that time, Thomas was 5, going on 6, And I remember my husband passing away. He told me, he said, T, everything will be okay. Please keep the children in Catholic school. I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, it's not easy. It's going to be I alone. I don't know if you're going to die or what, but why are you saying this? He said, T, please just keep these children in the Catholic school. So after he passed, I decided to do what he asked me. I will work. And then I have to work like 2 days or 3 days over time to be able to pay the school fees. Sometimes they will threaten if I don't have it because I have to pay the other bill. They will, they will ask me. The school want to kick them out, and I will talk to the guys. They register. I said, listen, just give me 2 more weeks. I will bring the school fees. I mean, it was on and off like that. But I try to stay focused and just do what my husband asked me to do, and take them to summer camp. Ask coaches. Sometimes if I'm tired, if they can help me to pick up these kids. I remember on some occasion when Thomas playing in elementary school, we'll go there to cheer him. I will go to Thomas basketball game, like in the next 30 minutes or 1 hour, I have to be to Peter basketball game. And I have to like run in between them. After the game, sometimes friends then like talking to other, I have to get Thomas. Let's go, we gotta go. So I mean, I had other friends that were in my life that helped me, which I really appreciate on this public site. I would like to thank you to everybody that did it, that was in my life, that helped me, my children. I appreciate everybody, because children, like you said, is village that raise children, not with just one person, but like, most of it was me, but other people helped me a little bit, my mom was with me, my dad would come to me. So through it all year today, sending them to summer camp, make sure they stay in the public, in the private school, the Catholic school, and it all, work out, and this is what we are today.
Thank you very much. Again, sorry for your loss, the passing of your husband. Thank God the family been hanging on and holding on.
Yes.
It's so good having you on our program tonight to talk about your son. Dr. Richardson, Lenny, let's start with you too.
Yeah, I want to just tell you thank you and welcome to Spoon. I actually admire your strength as you have discussed, some of the challenges and some of the successes of just raising your children and all you went through. Most parents go through, but you just stay focused. I'm happy for your family that your son was able to make the NBA. My question to you is, were there times that you kind of thought Thomas is good? He's really, really good. That he's going to make the NBA, or he was just good. Did you think that he was going to make it thus far? Yes. I'm sorry, Tenant Blank is power because we're hearing you are muted.
You're good, Tenant. You're good. Just go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, he started playing at 3.
Yeah.
He's a crab, but his dad tried to make him to be strong, and the coach I started training them was Senator Dayton in Northeast Philly. He was the coach at that time when my husband talked to Andrew Guster, so bring the children over, started playing, and after that, someone started playing good. Even Peter, because I can remember on like one occasion, Peter went to 4th grade, I think when he was 10 or 11 years old, and he couldn't play. He was just on the bench. And my husband asked, he said, "You got this big ball sitting on the bench," asking the coach. And the coach said, "I can do but so much. You have to take him to summer program and other stuff to let him get his skills and play good. I will play him when he can play good, but I can't train him everything." So my husband told him, say no more. Go for them. That's when we started taking the training, summer camp and AAU team and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And when Thomas started with Senator Dayton, at that time he was Coach Dayton.
Who's Senator Dayton? The senator in Liberia?
No, the senator in Northeast Philly.
Okay, we just got to be clear because you said Senator Dayton with
No.
Okay.
It's still Senator Dayton. So he started training them, and he was very good. He would train when he train your child. As long as you pay his money, he train your child. Your child will be good. And Thomas, we started seeing some good in Thomas and Peter. Even Peter, the next year, Peter couldn't rest. Peter was playing back and forth. He was no more on the bench. And Thomas started in elementary. Thomas started playing, scoring, making 3 points and all that. I'm like, okay, we get this somewhere. So after my husband passed away, I decided to continue it, but not with Senator Dayton. There's a coach, they call him Rock. He played for team final. I contacted him because he trained Peter too. Because he trained Peter. Peter was very good. Peter was playing all over the place. Peter was like even Trenton Town had Peter's name in the paper and all that. So I contacted this coach, they call him Coach Rob, and he said, "Well, bring Thomas over." So I brought Thomas over, and Thomas went for the training. Thomas said, "Man, it's too hard. I said, well, because he was already in another AAU team. I said, the AAU team you in, I'm a waiter, I'm a single mom. They charged me $500, like $1,000. I don't have all that money. I gotta pay the other bills. I gotta pay the school fees. I said, but with Team Finder, I don't have to pay anything, and they're supplying your.
So what happened on Santa?
No, it's okay. She will come back home.
Okay.
Probably internet trip. Continue that, Richardson. What do you think?
Yeah.
A single mother.
Yeah.
A husband pass. The environment, when you talk about Trenton, I think it's getting better. She have to work, pay bills, yet still push with her 2 boys. That's a story knocking home.
Yeah.
Lenny, let's hear you before she get back. What do you think, Lenny?
So it's an amazing story. I kind of followed him. There's also another young guy, David Duke's son. I think he played for New York Nets or something. He's also in the NBA. His parents are from Liberia. But when I saw their story first, I was very intrigued by it, and so I followed when they were doing the draft that night. I was just extremely excited. Well, she's back.
Yeah. So let's continue. You are back, Martina.
Yeah.
Let us continue, Dr. Richardson. You're finishing up Dr. Richardson question.
Yes. So like if I talked to Thomas, I said it's hard, but it will pay off. So what you do, just keep going with the coach. And the coach told me, said, Peter, Thomas is a little different from Peter. I said, these are, even though they are brothers, they are 2 brothers, but they are different. I mean, they're different in their own ways.
Yeah.
Or, we just have to keep talking to the kid, and I kept talking to him, and I even tried to like bribe him a little bit. I give him like $20 to buy us like McDonald's and 20-piece nuggets and all that. And like 2 or 3 times, Thomas started to get used to him, started playing stuff, and things just pick up from there, And they really did well with him. Tiffany really did well with Thomas.
So my second question to you: how did it feel the night you was drafted? I watched it and I saw how happy and elated you were. You are, so happy. How did it feel? And what are your prayers moving forward? What do you pray that that would happen now you was drafted by Oklahoma City?
Well, I'm a mother. I went through, and it has been fruitful. I'm happy, excited.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Yes.
I mean, even though I did most of it, I did it by myself with other little help, but like it come to pass. At least instead of me going to visit another place, I'm going to visit, or I'm going to visit my son in Oklahoma, and I'm just excited. I pray that whatever God has started, God in one day or this, we have to give God the glory. He did all this. I would just keep praying, keep praying for him, go well for him, and for the family.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Let's have you.
So Tine, hello, how are you? It's good to meet you. Congratulations. I followed your story. I followed your son. It made me very proud as a mother. So I look at your son not as somebody I don't know. I already feel adopting him like my son. Anywhere he play, I'm behind him. Anything he's doing, I'm doing. But your story is an amazing story. I want to thank God for the strength that you have and everything that you went through. Thank God for you. Thank God that you stuck with your kids. You did what you had to do to support them. So, honey, everyone wear that jersey every day, man. Wear it. That your jersey. Put it on you. Bravo to you and all the best. I've been telling people the 2 things I would cheer for when Oklahoma playing, I would cheer. When New York Jets or Nets playing, I don't wear like Brian, I play, I would cheer. So I have no questions for you because I followed the story and I talked to plenty of people who know you in our news just to get more information about you. But your story is one that is encouraging and should be encouraging to single mothers out there who don't leave their children, they stick with it. My condolences for your husband wherever he is. I'm sure he is smiling that you've continued his legacy. I think somebody I was talking about you and your husband, and say your husband used to play soccer. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. And so one time I said, "Oh, is that Thomas Peter Summer, your husband Peter or Thomas' son? Is that his son? He used to play soccer," and they told me all that. But we're happy for you.
Thank you.
The shine is for Liberia as a whole. So congratulations, Mama.
Thank you.
When you go to that game, make sure every time you go to that game, they should know that Liberia in that game.
I will. That's how I'm on the international stage.
Don't do, man. We'll be there sharing it for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Granny. Tanner, thank you. Let me bring you to the FISI player then. You know, I used to play basketball, right, Tanner? You know, you and myself had that conversation. And my name was Flying Saucer, but let's leave that for a minute. Let's go to our brother Tamba. Tamba, we have Tanner, and I mean, it's a wonderful time, though. I want you guys to read the story concerning her son. And actually, in college, out of college, you want to read, you want to understand. I mean, it's the amount of points and things. It's all online. Just follow it. It's a great, wonderful story. Not only just a wonderful story, but a wonderful Liberia story. But that's what makes it unique. So let's hear you, Tamba. Let's make it one question each, and then we can wrap this segment up.
Yeah, I think it's Tetan. And good afternoon to you, Tene. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome on the show, Martin. And really, as one of the panelists said, not only is it an amazing story, it is very heartwarming. It is heartwarming for all of us Liberians because we understand the history of the 1990s when our people were being, made refugees and they were fleeing our country in the middle of a civil war. And it is great to see a family that immigrated to this country that has today become a success story. So congratulations to you and to Thomas, and we hope Peter can also get his break. But for all of Liberians that are watching, that are following you, we have tens of thousands following in Radio Land and online. What lessons can you offer Liberians as a parent, as a mother? And now that Thomas is in the NBA, how do you help him so he remains grounded and so that he doesn't forget where he comes from?
Thank you. Well, let me answer the first question as a parent. We travel from Liberia to America. Some of us come here and we just forget where we came from. We having our children, we have to focus on our children. I can remember the church I go to, Shadow Baptist. My pastor always taught us to invest in our children. I understand we have to pay the bills. I changed shift. I changed the job because of my children. Right now, I'm working close by me. It's because of Thomas. I have to sacrifice, and I told him he have to sacrifice too. I remember when I used to work at 4 o'clock in the morning because I had to be to work at 6. I have to drop Thomas at the train station to sit there around 4:30. The train don't come to 6:30. Thomas will sit there for like 2 hours or 2 hours, 30 minutes. I have to be to work at 6. My job is like an hour. It was an hour away at that time. I say all this saying all this because these are the sacrifices that we make for our children. Like I work overtime like 2 or 3 times a week, extra days to be able to pay the school fees. Because people that know Trenton, they know the Trenton public school. I don't say it's bad, but I mean, like your children. For me, I just took my children. My husband and myself we decided to put our children in the public, in the private school, in the Catholic school, because my husband is a Catholic, and he said he wanted his children to go to the Catholic school. But I'm saying all these things that I'm saying is sacrifice for the children. With the parents, I see some people work overtime, just forget the children. Our children need us. Our children need us. We can't just leave them because they're looking for love. If you leave them, they're going to fall into the hands of other people, maybe good or bad people or person. You know. So my advice is, you know, we just with the parents, you know, single parent. I'm a single parent, but also a widow. Like I tell you about it, I call my husband to come and take the children. I'm tired today to take the children to practice. So everything was just me. So, you know, we have to know that we brought our children in this country not to visit the jailhouse, but for them to do good, that we will be proud of them. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councilor. Councilor, you got a question?
Well, I just have a comment because I think the question that Tama asked was just the same that I wanted to ask. What did she do differently? That today her son is becoming a success story. But I just want to say that Tene, you are a champion in your own domain, in your own space. I mean, I'm sorry because when you spoke all the good things about your family from the beginning, and then you talked about you losing your husband, you know, it broke me down. But thank God that you remain strong, you remain courageous, you remain very, very much resilient. That today you are about to reap, what you sow. So I hope your story will be an inspiration for other parents in the US, other Liberians who are there. Your son's success will be, an example and an inspiration for other Liberian children to grow up, in our Liberian way with the kind of Christian discipline and to get to where they desire going to be successful. So I just want to bless God for you, bless God for your kids. I hope that the name will go, beyond, the level that maybe you didn't even dream about. So keep praying, keep praying, keep trusting in God. There are better things for him, ahead in the game than even where he is now. So I just want to say thank you and thank God for you.
Thank you.
Yes, Fubi, are you with us? LDC gone. All right, Fubi, LDC gone. Conor Gray?
All right, Madam, everybody identify mostly with success. And very few people will identify with failure, especially when for a single parent like yourself. I know you had support from your husband and he passed. So you had to manage that, that emotion. At the same time, you have to move on. At what point you felt it was time to quit, but you kept on going?
I mean, that's a good question. Thank you. My husband passed. People had a doubt saying that I cannot take care of these children. But the problem about it, people never know your strength. You know your own strength. Okay? Like I said, many days, like some days, like on some occasion when they have to go and I can't take them or I'm sick and other things come in between, sometimes I will want to give up. I will cry. But the problem is when I cry, my children looking right in my face. Thomas looking in my face, wiping my tears. Peter looking in my face. Mom, don't cry. It will be all right. Wiping my tears. So I said to myself that it's not so much about me, but my children. So I have to wipe my tears up and get up. And I said, we got to do this. We go about doing it. Some days, yes, I will feel bad. I will feel like, why me? I'm so young. Why my husband had to pass and all that. Well, you can't question God. You cannot question him. So with everything, like my brother said, just pray about it and let God give you the strength. And that was what I always ask for. The strength, the knowledge to be able to carry these children through.
Thank you very much. Comrade Great Fubi. Are you with us?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Do you
Yeah.
have a
So,
comment? Question?
Montana, I just want to say thumbs up to you and to your kids also for not letting you down. You know, sometimes the parents will put all the efforts in, but if the kids decide, look, all that thing you do, mama, I don't get time for it, you on your own.
Yes.
So also that's very important. You know, you can say that the brain way you say you can born a child or you can born a waste.
Yes.
So it was a very good discipline that they were able to listen to you with all the ups and downs in the society as a single mother to drive, and today it's a success story that everybody can look at and wish to also see their own children also emulating similar example. You know, so just keep the prayer as you continue to do, and keep giving him the necessary support. Keep encouraging him not to get distracted. He has reached the stage to just blow, and he should just take advantage of it and keep flying. And you know, it's already there. All the time that you waste, all the time that you spend to drive all those different stories that you explain. Now he has reached the places just to explore and just capture the world. And you know, we should be clapping and saying our own Jordan, our own Kobe Bryant, our own, you know, all those different guys. So it's just say thank you to him, and also thank you very much for keeping that, and hope you know a lot of other people can learn from that, and not only in America, everywhere. And there's a story that everybody can learn from every part of the world, and you know that's an inspirational story. So if you can write a book, also write a book so that people can read later on. Thank you.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kobe.
Yeah, Darcy the last to go, and then we will actually, give chance for Martin to say goodbye to us. Darius, you have anything to add?
Yes, I just want to say her story is a success story. It is inspiring. It is motivating, and congratulations. I mean, a lot of single mothers back home here, they don't have the opportunities, and some of them are going through similar thing, but how to break through. And with the help of God, you made it. Today, when you just search Thomas Summer, you just see a lot of positive information about him, his success, and it all comes because of the struggle you went through, the ability to withstand all of those challenges. So I just want to say congratulations, and we wish you all the best. We wish Thomas all the best, and the family. May God protect you all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cynthia, I just wanted to correct something. David Duke Jr., who is a Liberian, is playing for San Antonio Spurs. So maybe somewhere later, I'm sure Thomas knows him, but that's another Liberian who is very tough in the NBA, who's also playing.
I think he was drafted. He was drafted through New York. You were
yes,
correct.
Now he's for San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah,
very good, young man, powerful. So you go watch those people. Go to Oklahoma and
go to where?
And San Antonio.
Okay. She said go to where? Where you want us to go to?
Oklahoma. She said Oklahoma.
So we want to watch the people.
Oh, the game. Okay.
NBA.
Okay, that's what she said.
Yeah, I wanted to ask one last fun question. What is Thomas's favorite Liberian dish? Quesali, potato green.
Oh.
You are off. Tenen, can you tell them to make adjustment of your video? You off.
Me?
Yes, you are not on, Tenen.
I'm on.
The camera is off.
Your camera is
of course,
off.
but no camera.
It gotta be Kisali.
Right, so let's see whether Tenen will reconnect. There's a lot to this story. And we hope that we all can just definitely be happy with this one. This is big, seriously. She went through a lot. She went through a lot. So I remember way down the line, she and myself stood up in my cousin's wedding in Atlantic City. Uh, and so when she was trying to connect, my cousin had to call me, the city's family. But we just want to say, here come Paul Kennedy. It's good to see you, brother Paul. Let's see whether we can have Tenant back for her to give us her pattern. But I want to play this real quick.
So we are gonna ask me, I say you gotta provide one car, two motor ball for my people. Party, party. So we are not hesitate. That good English, eh?
Yeah.
That good English we have for today.
Hesitate, that good English. I can guarantee that.
Tenant waiting for you. Thank you. Say that before we play all the video. But we got one more here. Let's see this other one. Now, Fubi then doing the June 7th protest. We play everything. Small, small.
I thought Fubi said you were against that protest again.
That Fubi Dralala. But
No,
you said on the show that you did not support the protest.
Darius, wait for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wait for your time.
Let's stop. I would say y'all can listen, but I can't hear.
I will cut that portion.
You know, Darius let to rush with research.
Let's go.
Okay, listen, but I can't hear.
Let's go ahead and bring in Tenant. Is she ready? Because she got to say goodbye to us. She just can't leave like that. But again, we want to say through his journey, if you read about he had Thomas had surgery, he went through that. It's a hard sport, but for him to sign the contract with the winning team, the winning NBA team, that's huge, to tell you the truth. And so I'm not joking. I'm not joking. This boy can play. This young man, he can play. He can ball. No joke about it. Just watch him and see. And, we just thought to, have the rest of the time with her to hear her before she leaves, but her internet went off. So wherever you are, Montanet, okay. I think we made a mistake here. Let me try to bring her back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, but your video is not on, so we're gonna keep you like that. I'm sorry, your video is off. Did you test something?
No.
All right, so get out, just and re-log in through the link I send you. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Maybe someday when her son is adjusted, he can come on the show to tell us a little bit about his experience with the
You wanted to bring him, but those how you call them, the agents, not now.
Yeah.
Everything about NBA. We get our people money. I don't spoil anything yet. Yeah, but yeah. But once they said no, so please don't push it because it's all about registration. Now it's part of the team.
I think she should take that book writing suggestion very seriously. That recommendation for her to do a book, I think she should take that seriously.
Well, we got you can write, Glennie can write. That's what she said. So we'll see who will take that.
But Stanton, one of the things that I pick up from this is that when a society has a lot of opportunities, right? A lot of opportunities for people to navigate, and find a way through. You can become successful even when you're having difficulties. Imagine if
I'm back here before we lose her. Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's go back to it. You have answered everyone's question. We're so proud of you. We didn't see the cap though. Can you pull it down small? Let's see.
Oh my God.
All right, there you go. We have it. We want to say, listen, we admire you. You have a good story. Folks are asking, how old is he right now? 6'10"? How old is your son right now?
He's 19 and he's 16.
Damn it. So Thomas is 19. What about Peter?
Peter is 24. Peter just graduated.
Thomas graduated from which college?
No, Peter.
Peter graduated from which college?
From Lincoln University.
Wow. Okay. And just talk to us when How did you receive the information that he was drafted? How did you receive the information that you'll be getting in the car to go for that great program?
All right. First, we got an agent for you. You have to get an agent.
Correct.
All right, and then the agent will feed you information. The agent told us first when he was going at Georgia University, and they saw him, and like the Oklahoma manager said, he went for somebody else, and he saw Thomas, and he took his eyes off the person he went for, and he kept focusing on Thomas in Georgia University. So he got to the agent and told the agent that he's interested in Thomas, because when you go for the pre-drive, all different team would tell your agent they're interested in you. And Thomas had like I think 15 or 16 teams that were interested in him, including Minnesota. So when he visited almost not all, but almost all, and he went to Oklahoma twice. But I mean, that doesn't mean anything.
Why Oklahoma? Why he took OKC? Did he tell you?
Okay, I mean, well, first of all, when he went for the visit, he went to all the visits, Oklahoma, Minnesota, all the other places. He loved everywhere because he loved everywhere he went. What I told him, and the agent told him, we can't pick any team. Whatever team come, and pick him, he's gonna go. He don't have like specific thing that he wanted. I told him to leave it open. So that's what he did. But I mean, with Oklahoma, I mean, we went for the drive when the agent told that, they like Thomas, they like his wingspan and all that. So a lot of teams were interested. He went for the visit and all that. I mean, definitely he was going for the drive. They invited him for the draft. They sent the letter. I saw the letter. They sent me the letter, and they sent him the letter because he was in school. He was in school when they sent him. He was in school when they sent the letter. So we all were happy. But sometimes the drive, you can be at home. They call your name or your family all around. You celebrate. But when they invite you to the green room, it's good. I mean, it's a good thing. That being said,
for example, tell us now you got the information. They invited you. Then what were you just thinking? What soup you were cooking that day when they invited you first? You're cooking kasali, so you're cooking basayama. So then, what you were putting in that basayama now? Tell that you got to do something. Just tell what actually.
Usually because I'm a vowel woman, so I cook cassava leaf, and Thomas love cassava leaf. Thomas love fufu. So I was cooking the cassava, and when they told me, and they told Thomas first, but he didn't tell me. He always let us surprise me. And then he told his brother Peter, and Peter looked at me and just smiled. I'm like, what's going on? Why are you hiding from me? And then Thomas like, okay, so the agent called me, said, we got it. He's invited. I was like, oh my God, like I was so excited. Yeah. Latin Asali was a blessing.
Yeah. Cook every day. Cook Asali every day.
So we all were happy, the system, everybody were happy. And we're talking from there. I mean, the draft time was reaching, they kept calling, texting, telling Thomas and all that what's going to happen. But what usually happens, they will never tell you the team that is going to choose you. They never tell you. It's like a surprise. Yeah. Anything can happen at the draft night. So I mean, when they were picking all the other people, and like number 14, number 10, number 14, and what just said it, because first of all, he got hurt doing the play, doing the thing. He didn't break his toe, but he extended his toe, and he broke some muscles and some ligament in there. So I mean, we just praying God for everything to work out for him. Like I said, people here already make his name, because for most of the players that he played, he scored like 20 points, 25 points. He was freshman of the week all the time. Like I think up to 4 or 5 times he was freshman of the week because he kept scoring a lot of points, playing good game, and all. I mean, it all came from
Exactly. We want to wish you and the family well. Again, we want to say to you one day when it is all said and done, Thomas will visit us on this show. I really do appreciate you. We admire you a lot.
Yes.
And again, you cook the basa yama very well. I don't know when I will eat my basa yama, but that's okay. I want to say to you and say to all of the folks out there listening, this is the mother of the NDA. Now he's an NDA star. We want to say that's great. That's good news. If you get some free ticket, don't forget you got to send it this way. Plenty want to go and see him playing.
That's the more thing you said. I read it.
Glenda went to France to the Olympics. She's not going on that side. Go to French way.
So let's before we close up on you, how many years contract? Don't tell us the amount, just how many years.
For right now, it's because in all the rookies, the first year is 2.
2 years. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we gonna be praying. We're gonna be holding the hands of God that he be one of the best out there, even better than LeBron James or Kobe Bryant or Steph Curry. We are proud of him. Just we wish him well. And you can come whenever. Get our cap, get our jersey ready. And we'll be happy. We'll come on this show with the jersey and the cap. We'll wear it on the first game day. Trust me. And we'll bring you.
But my first team is still Wizards, and then Oklahoma City.
Please leave that story, man. We're talking serious here. We're talking about champion here, man. We're talking champion here. You call it Wizard here.
Yeah. So again, don't forget, Tenant. As always, I know we have to have the show, but it's good having you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Tenant.
One thing, can I just say one thing to our Liberians' mother, even the father? Our children are not our friends. We have to train our children, not for only us, but for the outside world. My children, my mom always tell me, you're not like me today, but you're like me in the future, or you love me in the future. We have to like in Liberia, we say we have to put our foot down, to train children. Because it was many days, I know, like my son, my older son, he'd be like, Mom, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. Sometimes, like, you got to do it. We got to do it. Whatever it is, we got to do it. You encourage your children, put your foot down. Your children are not your friends. Your children are your children. You have to train them, and you have to be with them. You have to support them. Yeah. You don't have, even though I'm a widow, but being a widow, a single mom, we're all almost in the same category. But with a single mom, you just have to put your foot down, be there for your children. I understand the overtime is there, but when it's time to go to the child game, make yourself available, because that little support you give me the child, you don't know how important it is. You don't know how important it is. So I just ask the Liberians, mother out there, let us be there for our children, let us invest in our children. Support.
I don't know whether it is true before you leave. I heard that you already prepare you're giving your 3 months notice at your job. But leave that one alone. You see, we're talking about just leave it alone. I heard that. You rather get your 90 days.
That's a no-brainer.
When you gonna leave, right? It's good seeing you again, Tenant. We talk as always. You are welcome on the show. God bless you. God bless your son, and God bless the entire family. And have a good night. Yes, ma'am. All right. So we want to say we are so happy to have
Tenant, I begin Bombay.
Huh?
I begin Bombay.
Yeah, that let me say something though. You see this life, we'll talk about it. I mean, 6'10". He's big, man. He's a big dude.
Yeah. Some tall guy, 19 years old.
And with God above, and everything for you shall come to pass, man. Yep. Make no mistake. It will come.
No man can take it from you. Stanton can't take it from you.
Well, if you give it to me, I will take it from you. Don't give it to me.
Try he can't take it. I mean, what
Well,
God
guys,
gave
we
you.
want to say we are so happy, for our sister Tene. We call her Man Tene. She know how to cook kasali. By the way, try it. She can put some peanuts in it, and you will enjoy it. As always, she follows spoon. She know each and every one of you. She's a religious follower of the network, and we say, may God bless her and her family. Now we're going to pivot to move over to politics. We got Dr. Buple here. We got Vandela Patrick in the back. We are 10 on set. VP, give a few minutes. We're going to bring you in. But want to say to all of you, it's a lot been happening. VP saying want to sleep. A lot been happening, and want to say to all of you, let's just get right into it. Wherever you find yourself, we really, really appreciate you. As always, you're going to have Rachel, Brenda, Richardson joining us. You're going to have Fatu Richardson, these two ladies.
Hi, Richard. How are you?
Both of them, they don't come here to listen to us. They come here to keep an eye on the sister-in-law, but that's okay. We will move. Then where your sister-in-law again?
Hello, yeah. Hello, Richard. How you doing?
Let move. But something, many you had some before. I don't know what happened. Something is happening. Let's get right into the conversation, guys, because time is fast spent. ArcelorMittal, where are you? Where are you with the ArcelorMittal story? The explanation at the Senate today was crazy. And I want to say to all of you, though, hey, is that swear on Liberia? I'm going to play some of this thing. But seriously, guys, my fellow Liberia, is that swear on Liberia? Who authorized ArcelorMittal to take away our 15%? I mean, you're taking all the money out of the country anyway. The little that we're supposed to get. Did you listen at the Senate hearing today, the back and forth? Any one of you watch it? Bring us up to speed, Darius, please.
Yeah, so the NIMBA Legislative Caucus have been very serious, with this ArcelorMittal issue. Last time we had two of NIMBA great daughter and sons were on the set, representing 19th and then Edith. So the issue today, finally, ArcelorMittal came before the Senate, and then all of the issues were raised. And it appears also that ArcelorMittal did not also come prepared today to kind of give the information or the responses that the Senate needed. Imagine at one point the government of Liberia through the Ministry of Finance said they have not verified the construction costs of ArcelorMittal processing plant, and to this date they cannot state for the record the corporate value of ArcelorMittal operation. And then they went on to say the Minister of Mines and Energy, he said, Minister P said, so far to this date, ArcelorMittal have shifted out of Liberia about 16 million metric tons of iron ore. But yet, after all of that, they failed to employ Liberians. That he said today. So, like you said, I don't know what is happening to Liberia. Where are we? The companies are robbing the state. The affected communities are not getting benefits. And trust me, the renewal of ArcelorMittal D is right on the desk. They're negotiating a very executive that is reporting all of these failures and bad labor practices of ArcelorMittal are the same group of people negotiating a new D. And it will pass because the kickbacks.
Thank you very much, Darius. Dr. Richardson, let's come to you. We discussed this. I'm trying to put some stuff in the chat room. It's concerning. Darius will bring you back. I beg you just give a few time. Let's bring others in. It is concerning, Dr. Richardson, that we are talking about ArcelorMittal and the treatment they are giving we the Liberian people.
Yeah, we talked earlier about having two political parties in the country, the Unity Party and previously in government was the CDC political party that, you can say that they are doing the same thing. One say the Unity Party said it came to rescue us, but I'm seeing nothing robustly different that they are doing. President Boakai went to Yekepa. He visited ArcelorMittal. To me, that was a reinforcement behavior. If you know ArcelorMittal have reduced what they were supposed to give Liberian government 30% of their income or whatever the metric was, they reduced that. I saw that to 15%. If you know that you don't know the value of their concentration plant that they were building, then you then go and visit them. So what message are you sending to them? That everything is well. What are you guys doing? Continue doing what you're doing. In my opinion, that is something that whether the president or the government is supposed to know that information, have that knowledge up front before proceeding to go and visit a company. This is what I asked for. I want something robust. I want something different. And this is why Liberians have to seriously consider whether they can continue voting for the Unity Party or the CDC organization.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard saying. Glennie, let's go in order like we started. This is so concerning. ArcelorMittal, again, people complain about the treatment, the camp, and Yam Twine, man, I give it to him. You can lie on him. You can say what you want to say on me. I get him to love him. And he's pushing this ArcelorMittal argument. Here we are today. We are talking about ArcelorMittal. Even women pay, even the people that are responsible to checkmate them, they are all confused, Glennie. I mean, what's going on? And now, they're begging for him another 25 years. You kidding me, Glennie?
So I think I watched a little bit about it today, of it today. I think this new trend is so encouraging to see, the senator and some people, the people of Nima County asking questions, wanting to get involved. I think it's really encouraging. But the thing about it also is, how many times before now that these same questions were not asked? And I think when people realize, when human, I don't want to say human capital, but when human beings realize that the power really rests on their shoulders, or it rests with them, and they can be the only one to make some effective changes, then things will happen. People have to remain conscious of holding others accountable, so that they can be able to do what is right. You can't continue to be a stranger in your home. You cannot continue to allow others to come and take over your natural resources and you have nothing to benefit from. I think what they're doing should be a national thing. I think everybody should be concerned about it, and it should go from one area to the next area. So I think what's happening, I hope they don't give them the contract, but I don't know how much more we can say to ensure that the contract is taken away from them. I don't know.
So, Glenn, thank you very much. Colonel Gray, let's hear you. It wouldn't be fair. Let's try to push this thing real quick. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of young deal that the name the president's daughter is involved in that deal that led to the suspension of the director general and the deputy. But other folks that have taken over, she worked directly with them. These are allegations and all. We want to talk about that. We want to talk about a little bit about the agriculture ministry. We hope we have time to dig deeper into the agriculture ministry and when they are with all these allegations. Let's talk about again what is happening to ArcelorMittal today. If you watch the Senate hearing, it's so bad. And I have invited 40 Family to talk on these things. Likewise, did you see the bloody protest today from the transport ministry? Did you see that today? What is happening? What is happening? The contract that were given to the other group that they can do your lesson, your driver lesson, and your vehicle instruction and documentation. What's going on? Only God can help us. Honorable Conor Gray. Let's hear you as we talk about ArcelorMittal.
Stanton, I don't know if anybody would be leader of a nation or any organization or entity that will not try to familiarize themselves with operations on the ground. Remember, if you're a commander, you always have to be a visitor on the front line. If not, you now have a clear picture of what is going on. I would not falter the president for visiting the site to familiarize himself. Does that mean he's going to take a decision? I don't know if he's going to take a decision based on that. But it's good to have.
Colonel Gray, 1 minute. Colonel Gray, 1 minute. Councillor, if you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Colonel.
Yeah. So to have that informed knowledge about making a decision as big as this. I think the president, you can base a major decision on hearsay, not even knowing, having a clue of what's going on. So I think the president visiting the site was the step in the right direction. And now nobody will paint a picture for him. He knows exactly what it is. If they're manhandling workers on the ground, or if people are not getting their just benefit, and so on and so forth. I think he can move from here now. But when it comes to ArcelorMittal, I don't think it's an old story. It's just that at this point we have a president that will not just sign anything. Even though in the past, of course, people have been, pushing him in the back. For instance, in Cape Mount, I think it was the Western Cluster. Remember when they stopped the operation there, and then in no time somebody was suddenly operating again. I think those were all errors in the beginning of things. But I think President Barker probably will grab this by the horn and try to have a stake in it as big as more than even 15% we're talking about. But it's good for him to go there and familiarize himself. Kudos to him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me bring in our brother from Delta, Patrick. Will bring you back on a gray. Let's hear you, Tamba.
Thank you, Stanton. I think it is good for the Liberian people to understand that ArcelorMittal's first MDA and concession that was ratified, I think, in 2008, started with a bribe. They bribed the legislature with 100 vehicles, and that was during the presidency of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of Liberia. It started with a bribe. No concession company or private sector investor come to a country and give you 100 vehicles and you think it's a gift. That's where we began. That's where the problem started. Stanton, what is happening in Liberia, it is a shame. In Liberia, we need some soul searching. We need some soul searching to really determine who we are as a people and what we want to do for this country and for this generation and for future generation. When you have a foreign held company with a majority share in a concession agreement, basically dictating to you and the nation and the government how it should be run, when it should remove equity that was agreed in a concession agreement from 30% to 15% reduction without ratification, without approval from the government of the day, it shows that there is some shady dealings that is going on. There's a backdoor wheeling and dealing that has gone on for too long in this country that needs to stop. I think the government of the day needs to get to the bottom of this. It is something that this is when I think, with the consciousness today across Africa, where we think that this has gone on for too long, for 400, 500 years, mineral-rich countries, we don't tend to exert control over our own resources. We have over 90%, if not 80% of our population, our young people don't have jobs. We have women and children, still being born by the wayside in our society. Some mothers die because they can't get to a hospital in time. We have young children still sitting in dirt in towns and villages across Liberia. We have university graduates who can't find jobs, even in Monrovia. These are the things we need to be thinking about. How do we transform a nation using our natural resource wealth? This is God's given wealth for the people and not for individuals. And it's my hope that this caucus, the Nima County caucus, deals with this issue with transparency and honesty and with integrity to compare ArcelorMittal not only to pay back the value of the 15% equity or the profit over the last years, but to compare them to hold their end of the bargain in this mineral agreement, in this concession agreement, because that's the only way. We need to start setting examples of companies. Look, we welcome private sector investment, but when people come to Liberia, they have to govern themselves according to the laws of our land. Period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Let's hear you on ArcelorMittal, sir.
Yeah, so first thing, I think the Senate, everybody needs to know the composition of the board and who are those that are representing Liberia's interests on the board. So that way we will know all those who signed for the reduction of the from 30% to 15%, because we want to know who represented us on the board that made that decision, or part of the group that made that decision. And, and it's unacceptable. And that's why we said it last time, there's no need to rush to renew the agreement. And 25 years agreement, what do we have to show to the country? What's the benefit that the country has gotten? And the people talk about, oh, they pay income tax. Income tax is not benefit. Everybody that are working, you pay income tax. So that's not the benefit the country should be looking forward to, because the income tax, look at the salary range and how much is that income tax in the first place. So we shouldn't be using that as a basis to say, yeah, they're paying taxes. The 30% share. The first, another question will ask, whether they even declare profit over the past year that they work, for the 20 years that they have been there, whether they declare profit. So if they're not declaring profit from Liberia sales, that means that they get there and collecting. And so those are some of the things. If they declare profit, what are the profit margin and what our share? When did they declare dividend and pay dividend? So all these questions need to be asked, and we need to have a full report as a country before even thinking about looking forward to asking for renewal. And and so people say, oh, ArcelorMittal Pura, it might cause that. Yes, it will cause a shock for the first few months, because people are working there, and it will cause a shock. But we need to ask the hard question before talking about renewal. All of those different basic stuff we need to know and clearly get the country to understand. So this government has a tax, and it's good that the Senate is probing into it, and they should take it with seriousness and shouldn't just do the regular flow show and call them for public hearing. After 1 or 2 public hearings, you no longer hear anything. Then you know that, oh, ArcelorMittal we renew, and for another 25 years. Then I mean, all these things are just waste of time. And so sometimes we have these kind of flow show just to put down on some serious tension, and you have some backdoor dealings. I will quiet it, and so we hope that it don't end that way.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Thank you, guys. Please, if you're in the back, we're just trying to rotate, please. Not that I just want to put you in the back. We got to bring others to speak. Let's hear Paul Kennedy. Paul, ArcelorMittal.
Thank you, Stanton. And let me recognize my brother Fode, the Honorable Fode family. Dear Yaga Nankakuma, dear Nankakulema. We are, I just told Fode that maybe they say we are cursed. Because to be, signing mineral agreement and, actually bringing concessionaires to our country that the Liberians cannot benefit from, is not only difficult to comprehend, it is a challenge for me, because it's like you have a piece of gold sitting that you own, and you sign an agreement with someone to come. They are consistently taking that gold, and the children you have in your house don't even have food to eat. That is to the least extent that I try to put my head around it. But like Phoebe said, I think we start up with reviewing the MDA. And if the Senate is already doing that, let's applaud them for doing it and caution them that whatever they are doing should be done in the interest of the Liberian people. Because no one on this platform can actually boldly tell me that ArcelorMittal can reduce or has the power to reduce the Liberian share from 30% to 15% without some kind of consent or certain agreement from the Liberian government. I'm not a geologist or a lawyer, but it doesn't make sense for anybody to tell me that ArcelorMittal can unilaterally just sit down and say, you know what, from today on, the 30% Liberia are getting, you will no longer get it. For that to happen, Glennie, somebody who is making decision in Liberia has to be a part of that agreement. And I mean somebody with higher power, or there must have been a clause in the Constitution or the MDA sign that gave ArcelorMittal the opportunity or the authority to do that. So I think we are on the right footing here, because the Senate, that I really don't have a lot of trust in them, but let's give them this benefit of the doubt that they would do us the justice that is required in serving their country. At this point in time, that they will look at the MDA, they will hold ArcelorMittal's foot to the fire, or feet, if that 2 feet they get, or that 1 foot, they will hold that to the fire, and they will make sure that the interests of Liberians will be put first. Because one thing we could do, Stanton, is we could begin to think of option of nationalizing our mines. And you know, the economists will come to do the maths. But I've researched and found out that it's possible. And at that point, Liberia can easily find a PPP, public-private, you know, public-private partnership to go ahead and do the concession, and we get 50%, and they get 50%.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Councillor, it's good to have you on this one. I'm about to share you some of the information that come in from the MDA concerning the reduction in the amount. Councillor, let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. I think we all are on the same page with this ArcelorMittal deal. First thing, Phoebe, first thing I want to address the president's travel to the facility. I don't think that the president went to inspect. I think the president was invited to the launching of the $1.8 billion project, that the investment. So that was what he went for. So I don't think he went on a special, inspection or visit. Secondly, Phoebe asked also whether there had been dividend. There has been no dividend declared by ArcelorMittal since it started operation. Secondly, ArcelorMittal has caused us to lose millions of dollars in royalty, because the deal that was signed, the first deal that was signed, said they should be producing yearly at least 30 million tons per year. Now, they are producing only up to 5. So if you drop in the capacity of your production as you promised to do, then you cause us to lose revenue, because if we're supposed to generate $100 from 30 tons, let's say, and you producing only 5, it means that we're getting maybe $5 or $10. So we'll lose. All our projections are going to be affected based on the reduction in your production. So they fail on that. The next thing, the $1.8 billion deal that they're even talking about, go back to the old contract. My understanding is that the contract that is in existence now call for them to build that plant within 5 years of the operation. So it's not a new investment. They have failed on their part of the bargain, because they were to build that processing plant that they're talking about now 5 years, within 5 years after the agreement was signed. So we're talking around 2010. They didn't do that because they want a new contract now. They come in to behave as though they are making new investment. I think on Family who on concession, he can speak more to that. So ArcelorMittal, right, has not done what they ought to do in the contract. And that's why I support the stance of Senator Nyan Twine. And that's why the other night, when he started here and started to defend ArcelorMittal, he and I wasn't going into it, because I knew that what he was saying, he was just protecting his interests. Senator Nyan Twine has been the one that championed this particular cause, and today, the entire caucus of Nima County has joined him, and other members of the legislature are in the struggle to ask the hard question. You jump up one day, you say you will spend $1.8 billion to build concentrator plant. What's the assessment that you've done? That's why Senator Twan asked the question. If you do the correct assessment, you find out that the plant may not even reach up to 600,000. So ArcelorMittal should not be extended now until they can prove to the Liberian people, through our representatives and senators, that they have lived up to the bargain from the beginning of the first contract that was signed, that is currently in existence. I think we have been cheated. I think we have been robbed. I think ArcelorMittal has joined others to economically gang rape our country, and this is the time that we must put an end to it. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bople. Welcome. Let's bring those that were ahead of you. Then we'll talk to you. Let me go to Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, let's say you're on ArcelorMittal.
Again, I want to say thank you very much. I am one of those who do not believe that the agreement should be amended, because ArcelorMittal has fulfilled its commitment by the agreement. And that's why, in fact, as a member of the Committee on Investment in the 54th Legislature, we rejected the ArcelorMittal amended version only by the executive as soon as it has resurfaced. They also sharply disagree with Remy, who said he thinks President Boga would do better. He went to do an assessment. Mind you, the revised agreement was in 2007 when it was submitted. He was the vice president. I heard my friend Remy saying the president now in the position to sign. The vice president is the presiding officer of the Senate. The immediate president of the Liberian Senate, who have faced a signature to all 66 bogus concession agreement in 6 years' time. That public record. Not in less 80 to 90 concession agreement he has faced a signature to in this country. Now that he's president of the Republic of Liberia, he visited ArcelorMittal. I hope I can send you the clip. Let me tell you what the president said when the journalist asked me the question. The journalist said, what you have seen.
Do you think that ArcelorMittal have done much for Liberia and Liberians?
To say much is an understatement. They've done extremely well.
Listen to the president of the Republic of Liberia. We are not arguing on our emotions or sentiment. He said they have done extremely well.
Who said that? Who said that, Jenna?
What you have seen, do you think that ArcelorMittal have done much for Liberia and Liberians?
To say much is an understatement. They've done extremely well.
To say much is an understatement. They've done extremely well. Are you cognizant of the fact that the former COS, Chief of Oversight to the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, I think for 12 years, Sam Stikuya, was an employee of Metal Steel for the last 6 years? Are you all cognizant of that? And today, he's one of the deputy ministers of state for presidential affairs. Are you cognizant of the connection, the relationship? 6 years. When they were in opposition, he was working with Metal Steel. One of the guys who raised finances for the Unity Party-led campaign, McCarthy, does consultancy, the relationship with Metal Steel. The reason why I'm saying this, because I know, because we were there in the 54th legislature, these people, me, I'm putting myself on record, and I told them we cannot pass this agreement. And let us not make a mistake, in as much that I've had some indifference with some of the members of NEMA caucus, but those who were the caucus stood up firm in the House of Representatives, I can speak to that with certainty. The caucus was very clear that Metal Steel has not developed the county. They have defaulted on their commitments to the county, like renovations, etc. Therefore, they don't believe the agreement should be ratified. They stood their grounds We stood with them, and the agreement was not ratified. To see this agreement being speedily sent to the legislature, engaging the people, I may have a doubt in the capacity of the legislature. But again, our regime speaker is there, mind you. What more can we hear? They may do the very.
Thank you very much. Honorable Great, thank you.
So MITA is a deal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Great. Dr. Poplar, let's hear you.
Thank you, CEO. Let's create some context for those who are listening and watching. So, ArcelorMittal is the second largest steel manufacturer in the world. Last year alone, they produced a little over 58 million metric tons. That's a whole lot of production. In Liberia, there are more than 3,000 non-Liberians working. That by itself is alarming and will make anybody in government say, wait a minute, what is happening? And then this is a multinational corporation, and they present what was supposed to be an audited financial statement. And I'm glad Honorable Famila is here, so he would tell us more about what transpired in the room, but I was watching and reading some of what he said, and they rejected that flat. Like, this is not good enough. And then, as many of my colleagues here on the show have said, they reduce equity. So when you reduce equity, you reduce ownership, you minimize partnership, okay? And that's never good for the country, okay? It's never good for the country. So when the president says they've done extremely well, not necessarily wrong, but our issue, at least mine, is have they done equitably well? And my answer will be no. So I appreciate the fact that the NEMA caucus have lined up behind the senator, and they're making a big deal because the public does need to know who approved the equity reduction, the resolution that came from the board. All of us need to be transparent. But I just wonder, though, Stanton, as I close my comments, where is the Basel caucus? ArcelorMittal don't just operate in NEMA, or in two places. The NEMA caucus have shown themselves to be strong, and I applaud them. The Basel caucus is definitely silent, and that's concerning. When big companies come into a country, there's a thing I think we always struggle with. Oh, we ain't got jobs here. So anything the people say, yes, yes. Anything the people just yes. Listen, these are business people. We don't want to operate for free, but want to operate fair. So when it comes, you ask for the most you can get immediately. And people say they'll pull out and leave. They're not going anywhere. This place is extremely profitable for them. And if I'm wrong, then let them bring their balance sheet. They let them bring their profit and loss statement. They let them bring all of the auditor statement and be transparent with the public. They are doing well here. We too need to do well. It needs to be an equitable partnership. And finally, I would say this: the way you stop these things and you bust the Corrupt Act, because it seems to me that there's some people behind the scene that are making things happen and bring about this kind of approval. The way you do it, you just bust it. Don't drag it up for another 4 years. Just say, look, we ain't doing this one no more. Let's come to the table, let's revisit, and let's redo. Smart business people will come to the table because this operation is extremely profitable for ArcelorMittal. And they're supposed to make profit. But Liberia is supposed to benefit, and our equity can be getting smaller. It needs to be getting larger. A revisit is necessary.
Dr. Bobler, real quick. I know we got to go to our brother VP, and it's good to have Honorable Fode will be bringing us to do. Dr. Bobler, if we listen to what the president said, is there any separation as to he was referring to what? He was referring to who? At the level of they are doing exceptionally well, they are doing extremely well. You try to maybe pivot a little bit. Let me see if I hear you better. They are doing extremely well on what category that they are in the country or what?
I cannot speak for the president. The president spoke. I don't know what was his thought process. I guess he could be saying, "Hey, they're providing jobs. Hey, they're
No, I'm
producing
asking the reason
revenue."
because you pay me a little bit when you said they are doing extremely well. That's what I'm
No, he
asking.
said that. No, the president
Yeah,
said that.
he said
I
that, but
said
you
it.
were trying to put it on a certain context because when you started, you said let's
Yes.
establish some context here, and you moved there doing extremely well to say maybe because they call him to grace their new project, 1.4 billion.
Yes.
I
So
just
what
want to
I
understand.
say, so don't misunderstand me now, CEO.
So that's why I'm
I
asking you
said,
to please clarify.
yes, I said the president said they're doing extremely well. I'm saying, are they doing equitably well? The issue for me is not extremely well. His choice of words. I don't think they're doing equitably well, and I said that. And the issue right now for Liberia in this particular deal, and probably in all other deals, should be equity. Should be equity.
Okay.
The president chose his words. That's his word. I say they're not doing equitably well. That to me is a bigger issue for the Liberian people.
Are
So
they
can
doing
I come
extremely
in?
well? Are they doing extremely well?
If they're not doing equitably well, then no, they're not doing extremely well. Okay,
Thank
but
you.
again, the president chose your words.
No,
I
but
say
thank
they're
you very
not
much,
doing
Dr. Bogler. Let's get 30 seconds of Dr. Richardson real quick. We'll come to you, VP. I'm begging you. Dr. Richardson?
You know, the idea that a president was not going for an inspection, he was just going for a review or whatever his visit it was, means that he shouldn't be informed. He shouldn't have information about the company. It's the idea that led us to be in the situation that we're in right now. The president should be in consultation with for the family who at least chair this committee relating to concession. He should be informed. Not because you're not going for inspection. He should be always informed. So for those of you who feel like the president was not going for inspection, he was just visiting, therefore he shouldn't know this information. I think that you're thinking about things that we did in the past. This is a new Liberia now.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Good point. I love that. And I'll try to bring it up after we pass 40, but now you have given him a clue. Vendetta Patrick, let's hear you on this one.
So this argument about ArcelorMittal willfully or intentionally, reducing what Liberia is supposed to get, they might be right. And it stems from the fact that when they were signing this concession, heavy allegations of bribery was reported. Many of us that are criticizing ArcelorMittal today will celebrate it. They brought pickups for your lawmakers. The sad part about it is that one of the individuals who stood single senator rejecting the gift pickups, Franklin Siako of Bon County, it was here when he went for re-election because he stood against this agreement on grounds that the way it was proceeding wasn't right. Rejected the gift. He went for re-election, he was beaten. Liberians, naturally, many of them don't let people who stand for them. So sometimes when I mention the issue of we don't talk here because people are suffering, we talk because we believe we were raised by certain values that make us to know between good and bad. That's the issue. Since 2020, people started exporting iron ore from this country. Their investment is 1.7 billion. They have been over 15 years. They have contributed for $8 million to country social development fund. Imagine from 2012 up to this time. Look at what they are giving to us in terms of country development fund. The money they have paid in government cover as of 2022, December, is over $317 million. I come to understand. Just of 2024, what ArcelorMittal, has generated in terms of their revenue, it's about 1.3 billion. So calculate it over a period of 15 years. Maybe the first 5 years is not there. They were trying to find their way out. CEO, we have our own problems. Go to Yekepa, a school in Yekepa, live there. Area F used to be like New York. the beautiful places. In fact, by 12 o'clock, you used to have the water truck going there, you know, very decent place. The place has turned to a forest. They brought containers. Those Indian boys brought containers to make our people to live in. And I'm happy that I probably talk about Buchanan, the legislative caucus. They look, Sako 1, Sako 2, those places, man, used to be beautiful. Go there today. Very dirty and stained. People living in containers. And these people are milking. So forget about the money you're giving to us. What kind of civility? How are you treating our people with dignity? But this time, we expected an expansion. But I'm happy the Honorable House of Representative, and I'm happy Honorable Fodo Family is here. It will provide more clarity. But the reason companies treat us like this because of the categories of leaders we send to the House of Representatives. And we don't blame them because during the election, we make a precondition.
Thank you.
Talking, if you're not doing the other one, will not put you there. You expect, what do you expect? And I'm happy that former Senator Franklin Siako stood up. The only legislator who said this concession was bookers, and the people are coming into our market with bribe.
Thank you.
That's why he was beating. It's so
you know what? Thank you very much. We want to welcome each and every one of you. Honorable Fodo Family, welcome to the show. Minister Asido, it's good to have you. After your battle of the Titan, thank God you came a lot of bruises on you, we can see. But we'll discuss that later. Let's get back to the issue. Let me play this from Women Pay, and then we'll go to Honorable Fodo Family and Minister Asido.
As we speak up to the review, internal preliminary review we have done, META's own reports and what we have been able to identify says to us that they have been able to ship more than a little over 16 million metric tons, and most of it is DSO, meaning direct shipment O. More than 90% of it is about direct shipment O. On the issue of employment, and I will speak to that honorable members of this committee, because everything we are talking about also, they are linked one way or the other. It will be unfair if we don't address it. So what we have done also in collaboration with other relevant agencies is to look at the last 5 years. And from what we have done, as far as our preliminary assessment is concerned, there are gaps in implementation. For example, in year 14, which is 2020, from the own reports that they submitted, we have seen that they are behind schedule in terms of achieving the employment obligation targets within the MDA. I would like to say that. Same as year 15, which is 2021. We also have been able to establish that the AML, in compliance with the employment obligation as set forth in the agreement, is behind and we're able to identify that. And our comment is that the company failed as far as compliance is concerned. And we are looking strictly at.
I would ask each and everyone, please go and watch that clip. It's on Spoon. Your crowd for Liberia. Those of you that joining us, this is not just election story. We are talking about Nimba. We are talking about Bon County that they come through and Grand Bassa that they ship out from. Please go and watch it. Listen to Woman Pay. And we'll play the other gentleman on the clip. It's horrible. Mita been behind every single way. They've been behind. But today we got to know that Mita been behind. ArcelorMittal said they were hiring 3,000 people. You know what? Let me wait for my time. God time is the best. Let's listen to you on the Fode. Can we mute? If you're not speaking, can we mute? Somebody, child is crying in the corner. Fode.
Stanton, I sat back and listened to almost all of the panelists presenting their understanding about the deal. Stanton, the first thing I would like to say is that some of us, we have had a long history of natural resource advocacy in this country. I would just like to give you from where we come from. I have been jailed only because I advocated against a concession that I believe back then, and even including now, that the executive was not doing much and they were exploiting this country in terms of resources. And how those deals were passed, I had serious problem with it, and I still have problem with them up to today. The issue of Liberia, let me give you a few synopses of what I have understand about this sector. One, when we came from the war, Liberia was like a lost country where there was no image in terms of investors' confidence. And 99% of the deals that were made were hardly in the interest of investors in this country. Our country was giving up as a grab to investors who felt who have taken advantage of the situation back then. Years after, fast forward, Liberians, and that's the difficulty. And Vandana started to say something about it. We do not appreciate people who stand up for the truth and want to see the best for the investors and want to see the best for their citizens. We do not stand up for them. We do not share their names. We undermine them and call their names only because of politics. But I believe if we will be more nationalistic, it is better. We pay keen attention to issues that affects our communities that have to do with the extractive industry. It's very important, Stanton. The issue of AML, this is not the first time that AML has issued back and forth at the legislature. Honorable Gray, who is seated on this show, was part of the legislature when they rejected the ArcelorMittal deal. But I challenge Honorable Gray, there is no newspaper in the whole country. 90% of the newspaper did not carry that story. He's aware. 90% of the newspaper. You know, people look at the legislature to be this demon in this country that they believe nothing good coming out of that place. Then you have professional people taking up their time, analyzing these critical reports, putting together ideas that they believe will help protect the interests of the country. But go around this country, ask people, say, I just want a copy of that newspaper. Most of the big stories, most of the big newspapers did not carry that story when the House rejected the ArcelorMittal deal from the then government. Fast forward, all of the political wrangling was in the House. Back and forth, that speaker, and that speaker, that this. When we took over this leadership, the leadership that I believe, I don't see politics, I see national interest. There are all of those who have interest in politics play their politics. One of the major things the legislature centered on and agreed to was that we want to see a clear compliance review of all concessions in this country. We are not reviewing their concessions. We want to know those compliance issues that they have obligation to, whether or not they have lived up to those compliance issues. That was the foundation. Whether you call the speaker, the regime speaker, or hot speaker, day-by-day speaker, or living people speaker, but the reality was that this speaker and his leadership agreed that all of the concessions should be reviewed. With that being said, we need to start this process. We initiated the process. If you look at the report, the
first issue that the Minister of Mines said was that within the 5 years, because all the communications from the lower house was that we wanted an information that has to do with the mine, Ministry of Labor, NIC, Concession Bureau, to come and give us their 5-year assessment of ArcelorMittal. We first wrote them, give us what you have. We took the sale copy and distributed it with government to compare that up with what they have, to compare that document with what they have. Believe me, no, the big learner, Stanton. I'm not just a regular panelist on the show providing information that other
Yeah, we
people
understand,
want
but
to listen.
we have to speak across the aisle. So land on what on land and finish.
I think getting more time, man. Almost like the guest.
Yes, you that you.
But man, I'm not here with you and Akash create new relationship.
No, see, let me just say
No,
this.
man, I'm relationship business, man. But the chairman here.
Go ahead, Fabulous.
I am still there's no much. You have a lot of information coming. As chairman on the committee, I'm not just a chairman, but there is a joint committee being put together to review concessions, mines, labor, justice, judiciary, investment concession. There's a lot of great minds being put together to review these concessions. ArcelorMittal, there were a few issues, and the 30% that you've been hearing about, it was the lower house. And I believe the lower house, working along all of the different lawmakers, our concern has been, one, come and give us explanation. Us being the Liberian people, how was the process like? Who are those who change or authorize the changing of Liberia interest in terms of their equity share of 30% to that of 15%? We want to know. We want to know who authorized that process. We want to see your financials. We want to see your books. Whether what you're declaring.
We're going to give you more time. Let's end this round with Acid. Let Acid speak, and then we'll ask you some questions. Because you there, we need to ask
if you want for me to stay on the show, then you allow me to learn, or today you just say I should find somewhere else to go. Because I didn't learn.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that we'll give you more time. You got to learn. We got to move on.
No, but I just need to learn that you gave me next time. And listen, let me listen. So let me use that both remaining time and on a great time.
Okay, so learn in 30 seconds because we'll make you the guest. We'll ask you the question. You can do all the explanation, but we got to understand ourselves by asking you question. Okay, so you can finish the one, and then we got to go to Acid.
So CEO, the communication was being sent out. Our interest has been to have a clear review of all of the compliance issues and recommend to plenary as to how we believe these concession years or this concession is performing. That is our interest as a joint committee. And that is what we are focused on. And that is what we believe will best suit the interests of the Liberian people. There is no formal deed before the legislature that has to do the ratification of ArcelorMittal concession. No. What we have now is a review process in terms of compliance. And that is where we are going. And with full backing from the legislature, I believe we're going to achieve a lot. Today we had communication sent out for B Mountain. There will be some hearing next week for B Mountain, for LAC. A lot of different concessions will be coming. And these are our focus now.
ArcelorMittal is coming back to you guys next week, right? Is that Tuesday?
Yeah, AML will be appearing next week to provide us specific information because lawmakers had reservation. There was a formal communication. It is to that. We want the clarity on some of these issues that you're asking. We want information on the 30%, how it happened without the approval of the legislature, whether it happened somewhere else. We want to know. We want to see the books of AML.
Members on the board of ArcelorMittal, the board members' name.
We have requested for all of this information then and now.
Okay, thank you very much. Acid, let's go. It's good to have you, though, Chairman Fambula, seriously. Thank you, Acid. Let's hear you, my friend.
Well, thank you. So I want a few things to sink down in us. ArcelorMittal has almost all their operations in Nimba County. One of the reasons why the people of the county go behind individual, is simply because they believe that individual will fight for them, for their interest. Let me repeat, a lot of it is around the Nimba area. Let me remind all of us The Vice President Jeremiah Kun is the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate. I have a question when I'm done for everyone here. We listened to Wimonpe, who is the Minister of Lands and Mines, appointed by President Boakai. He said on tape, in front of the Senate, that ArcelorMittal had not reached their target, at least at the minimum, as contained in the NDA in terms of employment. I hope Stanton can play the other clip, where the Deputy Minister from the Ministry of Finance, appointed by President Boakai, stated that the
negotiation with Mittal. So I just want to say that we'll be very circumspect about the detail, the extent to which we provide certain details. So to begin with, we have before us the request for information from the Liberian Senate with respect to the cost of the recently dedicated concentration plants and also the overall corporate value of ArcelorMittal Liberia. The letter refers to an amount of 1.4 billion. That amount plus what could be the corporate value of Mittal will require, firstly, getting the balance sheet of Mittal and other financial statements, and then the appropriate technical and policy staff at various levels of government will then evaluate that and come up with a fair assessment of those figures. So in that context, we can only say that in the absence of official information about these things, we cannot make an informed statement about the cost of the concentration plant or the actual corporate value of Mittal, because we just taken oath to be very truthful to the Senate and through the Senate to the Liberian people.
So you just listen to him. The Deputy Finance Minister is telling the country that the government cannot verify 1.8 billion has been said used on the processing plant at ArcelorMittal. Despite all of what you just heard, the president went there and brushed off any single concern that exists from anyone, showered praises on ArcelorMittal, and told them, you are doing extremely well. The president did not even have any single concern for the people of Liberia. And if you came down from the president, the vice president, who hails from Nimba, has not said anything. At least we can get this to Yantuan, who has been speaking. What interest does Yantuan have that the vice president, who happens to be the president of the Senate, does not have? Now let's connect you with another dot. ArcelorMittal's deal was revisited in 2007 when President Boakai was then the president of the Senate. What is going on here, my people? So I would end up by asking, why are we not getting any word whatsoever from the son of Nimba, the vice president and the president of the Senate, Jeremiah Kun? Is Mr. Kun okay with everything that is going on with ArcelorMittal? Has there been any concern from the people of Nimba? Has he spoken with the president before the president showered them with all of the praises? Why is the vice president not speaking at all? Where are the concerns?
So let me ask a question, and then we'll go to Dr. Richardson. But real quick, should the vice president be speaking when he's now the vice president for the entire country? And to say Boakai is dead, will he not be overshadowing Joseph Boakai? I'm just asking an open question with no special interest here. What are the steps? I want Liberians to understand. I say you ask a unique question. vice president for Nimakante, Yantuan for Nimakante, Sam Koga for Nimakante, Musability for Nimakante, Taiwan, and we can name all of them. But the position now of the vice president, Dr. Richardson, should he speak now, since he's a vice president? He can only speak when instructed by the president of the Republic of Liberia. What do you think, Dr. Francine?
Well, if he can only speak when instructed by the president, I'm surprised that given the grave nature of this situation, we have the equity that was reduced from 30% to 15%. We have the failure to submit audited financial report. We have non-compliance with the employee situation in Yekepa. The amount of Liberians that they're employing is not consistent with what is expected of them. And we have some questionable information about how is it that we have 30% stake in our own resources while they have 70% stake in it. I know, we had a time frame in our country where we were very friendly to investors, but today is today. That contract was renewed. So why do we still have them taking 70% and we are taking 30% that was now reduced to 20%? So I believe that the government, whether it's the vice president or the president, should be very concerned.
Do you think the vice president should speak? Strictly because of them. You think he should speak?
I think that the vice president should speak in the capacity that he's from NIMBA. It's different when he's a vice president who has to speak when he's ordered to speak. But NIMBA is his home. He's from NIMBA. That should be of concern to him as well.
Wow. So thank you, Dado. Thank you. We'll come to you, Dado. We shouldn't jump over. Abek is just ready to answer, please. We shouldn't jump over Fubi. Fubi, while you do that, we're going to bring in for the fumbler. You have to answer this hard question. But Fubi, do you think the vice president should speak while you make your second round on this conversation?
No. People trying to just shift the blame to. I see the play from the CDC guys trying to shift the blame to Buckeye, so they want to use that now to link it to Kuhn. The vice president does not have a choice when the senators when the senators concur with the House of Representatives, and the vice president does not have a choice to sign. He can't say, I object to what you guys voted on. So that has no excuse to say the vice president was president of the Senate and he signed all the agreement. By law, by default, he has to sign. There's no choice. So the same with Kuhn. Kuhn cannot do any other thing right now. The senators are already playing the game, so he has to say accept. And when they are done, he can play a part in the background, but he's not supposed to be on radio and shouting, "Oh, ArcelorMittal this, ArcelorMittal that." That's why he has competent senators that are already flagging the issue. You have people from the House of Representatives that are also flagging the issue. So they're playing the role. So Kuhn does not need to speak. So we shouldn't try to shape it because he's from NIMBA, so he must speak. No, he does not need to speak at this time. The real actors are playing the game. You play a ceremonial role. The vice president is a ceremonial head. So he's not there with voting right to say he cannot veto the senator's decision. He cannot do anything whatsoever what the senator says. He only breaks that. That is when you have 15-15 and he breaks that. If you have the majority on one side, he has no choice. That's the decision of the Senate. He can say, I'm vice president, the decision here does not meet my approval. I will not sign it. I will not sign this law. He can't do that. So we should stop misleading the people. I understand the politics you guys want to play, but don't mislead the public. Who will not sit here and allow you guys to mislead the public because you want to play politics. So the team of Bugger has no choice.
So I want to ask you before we go to Dr. Bokla here. The vice president for NIMBA, apart from him being president for the Senate and vice president for the Republic of Liberia, you don't think it's appropriate that he speak now on the NIMBA issue, right?
It's not appropriate. The real actors are already playing the game. Senator Jan Toyans, Senator Koga, you got the nine representatives, they're playing the game. So the vice president must just watch it. And you can advise them from behind.
Thank you. Dr. Boplat, let's hear you.
The vice president is the vice president. Leadership is about influence. Yes, if there's an official position that's already been taken, it's different. But the vice president can speak to an issue that he feels affect the country, affect his county. For example, the vice president can say, I would like to see a better deal. I hope my lawmakers will go this way in the best interest of our country. There's nothing wrong with the vice president saying that. In fact, he's in a place of influence. And what is influence supposed to do in leadership? Persuade people. So yes, the vice president speak. Now, if the president of the republic gave an official position, the vice president can't come behind and say something different. That is not the case here. The lawmakers are dealing with the issue. This is the time to weigh in with your voice of influence by saying X, Y, and Z in the best interest of the people. I think the vice president can do that, and there's nothing wrong with that.
So my question to you, Dr. Boplat, the president is saying that ArcelorMittal is doing extremely well, and the vice president is saying our people need better healthcare, better school. Go by the agreement you had, the corporate social agreement, and you're just exploiting us. Don't you think is contrary to, because when the president speaks his policy now, don't you think the vice president will be going against the president?
Okay, so let's be careful here now. The president spoke in an informal position. Okay, that kid said, what do you think, man? He said, I didn't do extremely well. That's not a policy.
Is that formal and informal when it comes to the president speaking, Dr. Boplat?
Yeah, so the president, listen now, the president spoke and they asked him a question, he responded. The vice president, I don't consider that a policy.
Do you believe that everything the president say is a policy statement?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, absolutely not. Okay, the president is entitled to his views and opinion in the midst of situation. The vice president can say things about matters that affect the republic. But if it's a formal position,
how do you know that? How do you know that the president view that he's entitled to? How do you distinguish that view when the president speaks on different issues, especially at ArcelorMittal? He graced the occasion. He blessed them and said they are doing extremely well. You said, no. Put that aside. This is the policy statement because the president was in the COSU, in the Oval Office. So therefore, you consider which one you consider a policy statement. When it is to be a policy statement, that's a problem.
Okay. So a policy statement, okay, it is one that's thought through, prepared, and presented. Okay. If the president says something, his speech can affect policy, obviously, because he's the president. But I think to suggest that, you ask, how you think somebody's doing? You say doing extremely well, and that becomes the policy.
Does that not affect the policy now about the MDA agreement that is on his desk? About the negotiation, it does not affect that at all. When the president, it does. When you consider it now for the UP senators and representatives and those that are loyal to the president to say, oh, the president said Mittal is doing extremely well. You don't think it affects the shifting something there?
It can. It can.
Why can't you consider it a policy statement then?
No, they're not. No, it has to take some steps now. Come on, let's be practical. You got to take some steps.
What are the steps?
Listen, the president says something, it can affect people's behavior. True. Policymakers, speech writers can affect their behavior. But at the same time, the other players, like Fudi was suggesting, and Kairos Gray were in the house, the other players can also weigh in because they have a right to do so. So just because he said doing well doesn't mean everybody agree with him. That's all.
I understand your policy statement position. One thing you got to go through 1, 2, 3. The next thing, the president got to be in a COSU. I still don't understand it, Dr. Boplat. Seriously. Let's hear you. Okay, let's go to Akaris. We'll come back to you, Doctor. Can we please, sir, please? Akaris, let's hear you.
Go ahead.
The vice president
the vice president, being the president of the Liberian Senate, has many ways to disagree with the president. Some of those are stated, some are not, and some are implied. Let me give an example. There may be a bill that the meter still may be new document, amended version, and the vice president knows that his county interests is at stake. The House must pass on it. I just give an example. When it goes to the Senate, the vice president can decide to table that bill for over 1 year because he must determine the agenda. The secretary of the Senate will take the agenda to the presiding officer. Fubi needs to learn. It's not a joke. The legislature is a whole school of thought. So in that, I will give an example of former Vice President Joey Howard. She did it on 1 or 2 different occasions. When it came to Bon County, she was very clear. There were issues she would table. She would say the one would not get on the agenda. Okay, so Vice President can differ in that direction, for example, where they will table it and then they will lobby between the executive and the legislature consistently. Maybe or 40 and speak to that. Because another thing is that before the president speaks about a county, like anyone wanted to get what Gisi or, but you cannot talk about what Gisi or what to the vice president. And President Boyka initially was in line, but then the lawmakers and President Boyka, when they met from Lofa County, they took a second thought about Wologisi. So for the president to go to Nimba County and the people of Nimba protesting on that day, and the vice president who stood up in the legislature by then, in the 54th, he was one of those who said, "Hello, let's not even vote for us if we pass this thing." Okay. For the president to go and endorse Mita, it was a slap in his face. He may not necessarily publicly come and say, "I did for you, Mr. President." But probably, who knows that the public hearings that are ongoing through the committees, the vice president could be involved. He could pinch a voice on the legislative floor and say, "No, they meet us here, who said it for a but I put my mother now because the vice president." Maybe that's what for they're doing, who knows? Maybe. For I'm not indicting you here, but I work at the legislature, so I know some of the things that happen. Okay? But it's saddening my mind for Fubi to say on this public platform that the vice president, because a decision is reached by the legislature or the Senate, he's under obligation to sign. No. The vice president can decide that I will leave. The pro tem will sign. If you look at many occasions on our arrangement, the pro tem was signing. If you see these things happening, I mean, the vice president is disagreeing with certain things. So the vice president now has obligation to sign. Once the vice president is not there, the pro tem will sign. The pro tem is not there, the chairman of the executive. Similarly with the House of Representatives. If the speaker is not satisfied, the deputy speaker will preside sometimes. If the deputy is not there, the chairman of the executive, anyone that can sign in the absence of the other person. But to come and say that the plan took a decision, the speaker is under obligation to sign. Let me tell you, plan can take a decision good for the year. The speaker can delay the signing of that document. So now for 2-3 months, there's no time frame that determines when the speaker should sign that document or the vice president. Okay, they can delay. The other power the vice president has is that the power of the presiding, where a motion will be made, the vice president can look at it, that the majority have that vote and that agreement is now the vice president can table that motion. He can table it. He can seize the motion in the legislature. So the power of the presiding officer is now on power for people to ask for it, get table. So yes, like that, the vice president can table, he can table that motion, or he can decide not to put it on the agenda. But I don't think with all fairness that the vice president at the critical juncture where the president went to the county and made such a statement, and the vice president will stay in the public glare and say, "Mr. President, I therefore with you," it will not be diplomatic. I don't think any vice president will want to do it. So you can find for the way that I just explained in the legislature to therefore with the president, but not therefore in the public glare to stand up. Okay? Paka is president today. Tomorrow another person will be president. Yes, another person president. I don't want to come and support to say the vice president must stand up publicly and therefore wave. the president, but there are ways to differ with the president, especially for the president to speak your boss, to just popularly go and differ with him by making a statement is the difficulty. It's a very difficult thing. You do it instead of this vice president and the president will just dismiss you. One money, because you're in line with him, okay? But there's a way to do it, and those are some of the ways in the legislature that we're talking about that I think is the best way. Since Dr. Richardson, I think
I'm just looking to see what's next. Is it Fandela? Okay, Fandela, please go ahead.
So, from an administrative point of view, especially when you read it for the in-laws of power, you can now outshine your boss. The president is already on record. To say do best or much is understatement. So the vice president has to be in consanguinity with the president's statement that everything is good. Anything short of that is a breach of protocol. You can disagree, but you can do it in a different way, not in the public domain. I would like to push by a little bit with reference to the authority for the vice president to seize the bill. I think legislatively and as per tradition and the rules that govern the Senate, including the House of Representatives, the vice president is considered to be the presiding officer. And he has to operate with the Senate rule. So if the plenary of the Senate decide that this thing you have been keeping for long, Mr. Vice President will want you to bring it on the floor, he has no choice. It will have to be brought. There's no veto power in the Senate. I stand to be corrected. I'm not a senator. I'm opting to be one of these days. But the Senate, the vice president cannot single-handedly delay, especially where vast majority of the senators, they say, we want this thing to appear on the floor. He's a presiding officer. He has no choice, especially where vast majority of the senators say want it, except where there is a tie. He has that decision to say, okay, this is
just a point of correction, Panelists. That's a point that I know just a point of correction to you. A school had Lafayette work here and another lawmaker here. The agenda is determined by the presiding, who is the vice president of the Senate. The vice president can decide that he doesn't want this on the agenda for now. Do you know how many times we go lobby with the speaker or the presiding officer for the day to put our item on the agenda? Once it doesn't do next most of the time. Excuse me. The second point here is that the second point that just 1 minute that I beg you. The second point here, if you went on the floor and you amended to put your agenda on, to put your stop on the agenda, and the majority voted that they put it on the agenda, somebody can raise a motion, the presiding can table the motion for the next session or 2 sessions or more. That's the power of the presiding. We have to learn these things. So that a lot of authorities, I just want to say it to you.
My point,
go ahead, VB. Go ahead, VB.
Not because it was done, because here we say the will of the people must proceed. And that is the kind of law you people have over there. But laws are meant to be reviewed, not because it's in existence, so it's okay. That law is bad because in the future, you will have an autocratic leader. You say, I don't agree with this one. So I'm speaking from a leadership perspective where power cannot be placed in the hand of an individual. Maybe take, for example, the issue of the metal steel. And maybe the vice president is in agreement and other people say, we don't agree. Are we suggesting here that the vice president must hold that bill because he has the authority, because there is an existing law that gives him that right to hold it perpetually. We are saying no. I'm not saying that the law is not existing, but that law, it does not conform with current reality, especially where issues of administrative malpractices, corruption, understatement of revenue, and lack of development in different sectors of the metal steel agreement, and you rely on that law, it's not going to work in current day, dispensation. So for me, there are a lot of things that need to be done at the House of Representatives and that of the Senate. Laws must be reformed. You were there, you led reforms. Human characters or human behaviors are not static. And as they continue to change and change of environmental issues, our laws should also change. So again,
let's stick to the topic, man.
Okay. All right. So
thank you. The question.
No. Hey, Councilor.
Yeah, people, let's speak to the question.
No.
The question was whether the vice president can speak on this matter. Can I read from busy?
Information is not providing.
Councilor,
you have no right, absolutely.
Councilor, hold steady, please. Hold steady.
Okay, I hold it back. I take it back. I take it back.
VP, thank you.
So
thank you, VP. No, you got 10 seconds now, VP. You got to land. You got 10 seconds. Got to land. Go ahead. You got to land now, VP. We're plenty here. We won't hear from the other panel.
I helicopter now. I finish learning. No problem. I don't want to
Thank you. Thank you, VP. We appreciate the quick landing. I do want to ask a clarifying question, though, since we have more than one. I'm coming to you, Najee. I want to ask me? No. This is the panel, but particularly those who either work in this, the first branch of government or have worked there. Okay, my understanding of the role of the vice president, resides over the Senate, but that role is primarily one, tie-breaking, two, receiving and counting of ballots, for election, and then the vice president is primarily a member of the executive branch of government, and the main role is tie-breaking. But I heard the Honorable Gray say they helped to set the agenda. I never knew the vice president to help set the agenda. So please educate us, the public, who.
Yeah, that's the presiding.
Wait. You talk.
So we'll address that. I think I will address that.
Lawmakers or those who work in the first branch. Okay, Honorable Famulé, what do you know? Councilor Gu, what do you know about the role of the vice president?
Because you've been there before, then we'll go to Honorable
okay, go ahead.
Dr. Bobler.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank
you. You asking me?
First thing. No, I'm the one speaking now. On the family, you speak later.
Yeah.
First thing, Dr. Bobler, let's deal with the question that Stanton asked before I come to you. Whether the vice president can speak on this matter now.
Okay.
The simple answer is no. It's no because the president has spoken. And the president's statement he made is a policy statement. The president is the only position, the presidency is the only position that goes 24/7, Monday to Sunday. It doesn't go for leave. That power is with him 24/7. So anything he speaks to that is on the basis of the economy, the government or so, is policy statement. So the vice president cannot come up and say anything after the president has spoken. Secondly, Article 52C says the vice president shall attend cabinet meeting. The purpose of the vice president being in the Senate is to assist the executive to ensure that all of its policies are flowing through without any hitches. When the vice president attends cabinet meeting and a position is taken to present a law to the legislature for passage, that vice president cannot go there and say he undermining it. The rules of both houses says that any communication from the president is taking first priority. Any communication from the executive is first. So there's no way that a vice president will attend cabinet meeting. Decisions of the cabinet is taken and sent to the legislature. The vice president go and say he will keep it on his agenda and he's not going to put on his agenda. He can't do it. So let us forget about the normal presiding officer. For the speaker, he can do it, but not the vice president, because the vice president represents the executive. So he can't do it. For the speaker, he can do it. But for the vice president, no, he can't do it because it is a cabinet decision and he has attended a cabinet meeting. That is a decision they're taking. Any disagreement he had, he will express it in cabinet meeting, not to go and undermine the effort of the cabinet. His duty there is to lobby, to ensure that that particular instrument pass through. That's his job.
Thank you. So let's go back.
So that is the issue, and that is the answer that I can give. I hope that it answers Dr. Brookles and inquiry as well.
Thank you very much. The president of the Senate, the vice president is the presiding officer of the Liberian Senate, preside over Senate session. He or she oversees the moderate the deliberation of the Senate. No voting right, except in the tie. The vice president does not vote on Senate matters unless there is a tie, in which case he or she casts the deciding vote. The Honorable Fode Fumbler, let me come to you. The same question. What's your take?
So legislatively, in what is being discussed, I feel strongly there's no need for the vice president to make a comment, because the both houses are currently investigating this matter, and that those committees that have direct oversight that should be recommending policy shift are currently presiding and going through a formal investigation of the entity in question. An attempt to make further statement will further undermine some of the process. And I feel strongly that most often the president's statement might not be a policy, but it informs policy direction. The president's statement could not be a policy, but it informs, administratively, it informs policy direction. Because if the president say, I want a law that focus on marriage, that is his mindset. That statement helps to inform policy direction. He has the authority to get technicians on the table, ensure that he can communicate that policy direction to the legitimate authority that ensure that that policy becomes a law and becomes a policy of his government. That is the essence of public administration. Moreover, in the context of what I believe should be the case of now, Stanton, it is better. All of the actors are talking now before the Senate. The AML is before the Committee on Investment and Concession. Before the House of Representatives, the AML is before a joint committee. What more you can do? Even the Speaker will cease to say a lot of things up to the point where the committee investigate and bring forth those recommendations to the House, to the House plenary. So I see no reason why we should be on the basis of political reason. Let me just say this, Stanton. You see, sometimes when we start to play politics, we forget about the meat of the matter. So we say, why Stanton can talk now? Why Honorable Gray can say something now? In as much as he's presiding and that matter is before the committee exercises every right. Honorable Gray is aware. Moreover, the matter about the issues of AML, the committee has not come forward with any recommendations to the chairman, to the presiding. So up to the point where that investigation is concluded, there will be no position of the presiding. The presiding need to preside and ensure that he gets plenary decisions on recommendations from the committee. That is how the legislature works.
Question. We have some issues. We have some list of lawmakers. It's good to have you that do business with ArcelorMittal. Don't you think it's a serious issue? Senators, representatives, don't forget the executive. The lawmakers, those people that are arguing today, and let's just take this home. They have the trucks. They're transporting awful long for ArcelorMittal, not only ArcelorMittal, B Mountain, in the Western Cluster region. We have the list. How can you trust those lawmakers that directly involved with ArcelorMittal, doing business with them? Are you asking them you, the chair, your formula, will you ask them to bring up the business partners, those that do business with them, bring the list up, especially from your body?
So let me say this to you, Stanton. You know, the manner and form in which laws are made, there's always a given reason why people should act in certain way and form. The law is very clear. When you are going to public position, if you are a businessman, you need to put that business in blind trust. They are leaders who, prior to being elected, they were seasoned business actors. You can't divorce them. They had contracts with government. They were professional people. They were working. Their companies were providing certain services for government. Now, if they are elected, the first thing law provides, that government official should ensure that that business is placed in blind trust. And Councillor Gu is aware. If they are lawmakers, you can't tell the message because you got elected today, throw your business away. All you can do, I come in. Despite of the matter, if there are lawmakers who have direct contract, let me get there on the issue now. Let me lay on the issue.
Let me interrupt you, I beg you.
No, if you allow me to learn it, you can come in.
Yeah, but you're trying to spin the question. I'm asking
you.
No,
I'm not spinning it. I want to lay the business first. If there is any lawmaker who has a direct contract with AML, they will need to recuse themselves.
I'm not asking for recusal. No, family. I'm not asking for recusal.
What is the question?
I'm asking you. Will you ask ArcelorMittal for the list of those companies that regular?
We have already asked AML to present those lists.
Let me finish. I beg you. Will you ask ArcelorMittal list of those companies doing business directly or indirectly with ArcelorMittal from your body, from the legislature as a whole? Do you want to know the list from the executive? Have you requested for the list? Don't you think these things are conflict?
So, Stan, let me say this to you. Listening to the video on KNTV, lawmaker requested AML to present the list of all contracting companies before them. That's a condition. That's a position of the committee. The joint committee asked that AML should present a list of all contracting companies before them. They want to know. So I don't know those who have contract up to the point where they will present those documents. Then we can be able to scrutinize and know who own what. So we need to know, Stanton.
No, I agree. Listen, our audience, right, on OKF and the audience, somebody answer the question. You are saying you guys have made a request, which are beautifully, I do accept. And that's what I'm saying to you. That's why you have to allow us to ask the question. Then you can answer and clarify. Because
yes, no, that's the pride. The pride is that we have requested for those documents. Let me give you few things. We have requested for the list of Liberian board members on the ArcelorMittal Holding and ArcelorMittal National, the local board. We want to, for some of us individually, we know some of the names. I'm aware that the late Senator Gubi was on. Senator Gubi was on the board. Thereafter, the former Chief Justice was appointed by President Weah on the board of AML Holding. That's a fact. That's a public fact. You can check. So we will be inviting former Chief Justice Kokpo to the hearing. We want to know what was his position. Whether was there any?
Will you invite the current deputy minister at the Ministry of State, because he was there representing Liberia also, some Steve Tikwa?
We are going to invite all of the former board members. If he's one of them, he will be serve a communication. We want to know.
You have a family member on working for ArcelorMittal also. Will you invite her?
No, I'm not aware of any other person, family member.
Okay. So listen, this is big. Let me give you my 2 cents, guys, and maybe we can close on ArcelorMittal.
We have not spoken on that issue, Tamba and myself.
Oh, no, okay, then you go ahead. I met you guys. I told you I spoke already. But I want to give more questions to the chairman here, because it's not only ArcelorMittal, it's all of the concession agreement that was signed, those one are active right now, and how bad those agreements are It will be only fair for us to dig deeper in this regard to help our people understand. It's in 40. I'm not attacking you, but sometimes it's crazy
But
and we
I'm
have
not
to
owner of concession. I hold no share in any of them. We're
no, I
trying to fight
respect
for this
that. We'll
country.
come back. Let's go ahead, Paul, and we'll bring somebody in.
Thank you, Stanton. Look, first of all, the 48 Laws of Power is not a book anybody should be mentioning near a immune set of governance. It's a bad book. I've read that book from cover to cover. And I've just brought that up because Vandana Patrick talked about it. But is the vice president in the position
Did
to
you
speak?
say it's a Bible? Did you say it's a Bible?
It has bad influence in leadership.
Okay,
So
we're not
nobody
going to have for the
we're
lot
not
of
going
power
to
argument. I
argue
beg
that.
you. Yeah, I beg you guys.
Stop
Let's go
interrupting
ahead.
me. Mandela, you always do this. Stop interrupting your professional friends on this network. It is not called for. Thank you. It's my opinion. Don't judge, don't argue my opinion. The vice president, can he speak on this matter after the president has spoken? It will be a risk in a country like Liberia, where we have the imperial sense of presidency. The vice president speaks publicly and he becomes an enemy of the president. Can he speak on the matter, given the fact that he is from the country, the county, that this matter is affecting the people, the very people who voted him to power? He can do that covertly, using his influence as a vice president and his relationship with his colleagues who are also from that county. He can decide to do that by talking to people who can now talk to other people, and there'll be the voicing out. And he, as a vice president, will sit down in the capacity as a leader and say, you know what, let me intervene, Mr. President, and see what's happening in that area. And using a conventional wisdom, the vice president can go and talk to the people, but he cannot publicly honor our laws, disagree with what the president has said, or make it look contrary to what the president is saying. Now, when the president is invited to an official position, he wears his suit and get into the limousine and he flies his flag and go to that occasion. Whatever he says there is a policy. Don't let anybody tell you there's a big difference between policy and law.
Can you help me in the game, Paul? You say because he wearing suit, so it's a policy?
No, I'm not just talking about
Yeah,
suit.
help me now. Help me. Let me understand you better.
When the president of the Republic of Liberia goes to an official function, like what happened in ArcelorMittal in Nimba, he went there officially invited as the president of the Republic of Liberia to go to cut a ribbon on a construction that would be economically viable to the country. That president was there in the capacity of a president, and whatever he speaks there, especially when he speaks to the media, whatever he says is a policy issue. If he said, listen, today we will not use this route to go to Monrovia, that not using that route becomes policy. What differentiates it from laws is that a policy is a guiding principle that is used, a certain government is using as a call of action, whereas that call of action must be enacted into law by the legislature before it becomes law. So the policy can be overturned, but the law cannot be. So when for somebody to say, "Oh, the president speaking in that policy," that's why the president has to be careful whatever they say, because when the president speaks in an official capacity, Omi Baka go to Bomi Hill, somebody asks him, "Oh, Mr. President, how is your wife?" He said, "Oh, my wife, okay, then that policy there." But Omi Baka said tomorrow, all of the schools in Bomi County will be closed. That's exactly what will happen until the legislature calls for a recurrence, a review, and then they tell you, Mr. President, you're not supposed to act. But meanwhile, while that is going on, that school will remain closed until the president says otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Somebody, let's hear you.
Thank you. I have listened to this conversation. Really fascinating. But here's the reminder, Stanton, and I like to do this reminder because people are listening to us in Radio Land, online. They are following. This show is one of the biggest platforms today, and we inform and educate the Liberian people. And it is very important to come with facts. Whenever we deviate and we try to inject spinning, because everybody come to, support their political party or group, we miss the opportunity to educate and inform the Liberian people. I think the laws are very clear. Our country is very clear. The vice president can only speak based on the policy statement of his president. He can go contrary to that. It's very simple. It doesn't mean that, the vice president have to be given a gag order, but he can only speak based on the policy statement of his boss. He can go contrary to that. 2, in the Senate, he can vote, right? And Councillor Gu explained that very well. He can vote. The only time he votes when it's a tie. And you know that. We all know that. But a bill will not pass in the Senate and you see the vice president is going to hold it. That's a fallacy, right? And that's sabotage. It amounts to sabotage. You can do that. You can use your influence to lobby, to change the laws before it is passed into law. But here's what I'm gonna go back to this blame game shifting. Who should have been doing what? ArcelorMittal has been here for many years now. In 2008, they bribed the entire legislature with 100 vehicles, and they accepted it. When a few persons, men of honor and integrity, refused those gifts at the time. And I think someone spoke about it. But why is it that since the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government and then the CDC government and now the GMB government, there has never been an audit or compliance review? Why it has taken us more than a decade to even say, hey, let's go back and look at these things. Are we getting our fair share of this revenue? We have 30% equity in this company. What is our return on investment on an annual basis based on your revenue? You are making $1.4 billion on an annual basis. What is coming back to Liberia? Why is this taking so long? And one of the reasons is because, and I hope that Honorable Fortier can answer this, but there's this conflict of interest wherein, and I understand people may have been businessmen and women before they became representatives and senators. But when they get in there, they are wheeling and dealing. They are putting their self-interest above the interest of the Liberian people. That's the problem. Look, we understand putting a business in a blind trust and, setting up a board and someone to run it for you. But that's not happening in Liberia. Should we also go back and start auditing those senators and representatives who have businesses who are dealing with those concession companies to really see that they are meeting their own fair, rules and committing themselves to the laws of Liberia? If we do that today, how many of them will pass the test to say they are in compliance? Oh, you for the family? I love to see that audit. So, Stanton, those are some of the questions we should be asking these people. And this is not fair to the Liberian people who have the country that has so much that needs to be done. And that would be my question to you, Honorable Family. Why took us so long? And how can we right this ship? How can we make this right?
So, Tamba, thank you again. Thank you very much. I think all of us been asking the question why. I made few statements and there were few facts. I said to you, Tamba, in the same country, Honorable Grace sitting on this platform, they rejected a deal that was communicated to them from the executive. You can see any newspaper, big newspaper in the whole country that can tell you this is the story. It tells you how strong some of the corporations are. They could buy the whole story that whole day. That whole day, that one that made sense to them. They say the horse cover, but I've seen horse rejected in contemporary time. They rejected a deal that they believe was not right for the country. We didn't employ them. We need to appreciate people when they step beyond within the line of moral standing. We didn't employ them. This house has more so the courage to go about doing compliance review. It is because of this compliance review that you hear even like bro had 30% share reduced to 15%, or else we will not have heard some of these things. What I can say to you, what I can assure you of is that this legislature will go a step further and ensure that they can bring all of the issues to the public ear and take a decision. If people are double dipping, if people hands are in the cookies jar, if people have vested interest in the company, we know from some of the documents that will be presented. Because let me say this to you, the fact that we are discussing it, I was lying down last night. Someone supplied me the copy of ArcelorMittal financial details from in Switzerland. Liberians are all around the world, they want to know. The fight you discussing, the people that send you half fights. They said, hey, put financial document. They did not want to get to you in like, bro, what it? So was that whole anything that day? They say you said this. Why are you? So we already have a piece of information they presented to us. On Tuesday, followed Spoon should be there live. It's an open hearing. No one will stop Spoon from presenting or going live. No one will stop Front Page from going live. All of these people should come and present the side that they believe protect the interests of this country. Said that I'm always clear. I'm very clear. Liberia is the only country I have. And whatsoever I'm able to do while I am alive to protect the interests of this country, I will go about doing it. The second thing I'm trying to say is that all of us should promote the aspect that has to do with having a new mineral law to change what we believe is old. That does not fit contemporary time. We need to advocate for that. We are working on them. We want professionals to come. Let us look at our mineral law. Let us go into production sharing and end the whole thing you call royalty. It's a crap. That is the kind of legislature we're talking about. We are finished. We've gone through our own political internal wrangling. Now we offer how can we protect the interests of Liberia. And there's no politics about this. We're going to provide an environment where investors who survive, policies will be put in place to have investors striving to achieve their maximum goal. But Liberians' interest should be considered as the first priority. That is our interest. And that is why, fortunately for some of us, we are presiding ourselves committee.
Thank you very much for the. Thank you very, very much for the. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, we come here to give you information. This is I'm going to ask an open question. I just want to ask each and every one. As it stands right now, do you think President Bouaka should sign any document extending ArcelorMittal for 25 years? As it stands right now, 25 years right now. On Madam Salif, when ArcelorMittal came in the country, Uncle Sen can boast. They negotiated everything.
Stand up.
Pickup truck, I beg you, my brother. Let me just end. I beg you, you will come in. Pickup truck were flying all over.
Standing, some of us become spectator on the show.
You have not spoken?
No, we haven't.
No, because I heard that it was Unde Tamba and Paul Kennedy left. Go ahead, Conor Greg. Conor Greg,
the question is yes or no question. Yes, the
no, Conor Greg, go ahead, speak, please, and then answer the.
So, Stanton, I think Akarius was saying that under their regime, the vice president disagreed with George Weah, the president. No wonder why Joel caught so much hard times.
Observation.
No. Let the brother finish.
No, he spoke before I spoke, so when he speak, we got to speak again.
I did not.
He spoke in the back. He was in the back. He didn't speak. I beg you guys.
All you wanted to say?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, excuse me.
You have your time. Honorable Gray, you have your time. Allow the panelists to speak. You have your time.
I just spoke.
Yeah. So go ahead, Conor Gray.
I wonder why the vice president caught hard time under that regime so much. Every time I saw her, then she was so stressed out. Only time that reconciliation came about.
I didn't hear the start of your story. You said the vice president, Madam Joao.
She suffered too much according to him.
I beg you, Conor. That gets serious. What you say? I didn't follow you.
My brother, what I'm trying to
is it all Conor Gray waiting for that you wanted to say?
Can you wait for me? You know, what I heard was from Akarius was that during their tenureship, the vice president disagreed with the president. So an expose to that was that no wonder why she caught so much hard time under that regime, up to the point where she was so stressed out. Till today, she's crying for a benefit. So that tells you, under that regime, the vice president was marginalized to the point where she had no voice. The only time she was revived was when election came about and they wanted to use her, probably to get bomb counter in other places. That's how tenuous situation can be when you disagree with the president. you are a ceremonial individual. You're just there like a messenger from the legislature. Take it to the president. Of course, you can advise the president, your principal advisor to the president. But to say you're going to go take a line and disagree with the president, that's not how it works in our democracy. So that's one point I wanted to point out. And then secondly, there are so many other violations, of course, that this ArcelorMittal, indulging over the years. In my opinion, i.e., they have legal dispute, they got broken promises, they got labor employment concern, of course, environmental violation, a lot of violations that they have not kept up with, including their corporate social responsibility. Today, unless those issues are solved, I don't believe they deserve a second or third chance to have an extension of their contract. Do you know what it is? If you do that, it will tell ArcelorMittal that us Liberians, we're not intelligent people. So there's so many issues they including fines from the Lands Mines ministry. Those people have not addressed those situations. Today they're coming back with another proposal. I know they'll pull legs here and there and try to bribe 100 or 200 individuals. But man, ArcelorMittal has become another trouble child, regardless who is around the president, unless this issue that have been outlined, unless they can meet those responsibilities. I don't believe they should even be sitting down on the table or going to a Senate to go present what they have. They'll put profit over their own responsibility to the Liberian people. In my perspective, I think everything else should be put on hold until they can come forward and address all of these issues that we have on them. Stanton, thank you.
No, thank you. This is huge. Thank you very much. Asa, let's hear you.
So I'm here thinking, where is this coming from? Wherein the vice president cannot say anything, even when somebody cutting somebody's ear from there, he just shut up because the president says something. Where is it really coming from? So the person that was at NPA, the person that was at NPA, telling NPA how they ain't doing well, they need to do well. That was the who. I don't get this other argument. Like, it's lazy. The vice president is from Nimba County. The people of Nimba refer to him as our son. They have a problem with a company that operates in their county. And the vice president is there saying nothing. And the argument is the vice president cannot say anything because it has to be some policy. Oh, so the policy of the government is for the company to do bad to the people in Nimba? That's the policy? The policy is for ArcelorMittal not to employ the amount of persons it's supposed to employ? They agree with it. That's the policy? So what is the policy the vice president is speaking about? Even the vice president would disagree with anybody saying it. The late Prince Johnson will be everywhere talking about Nimba. He will be. Anytime you hear him speak, my people, how come the vice president now doesn't seem to care what happens to the people of Nimba from company that is operating in Nimba when he is the vice president from Nimba? And the argument is, no, the vice president is a bobo until the president ejects him with something, he said, go and talk, then he talk. What kind of argument is this one?
Isaac,
I will encourage. No, you are speaking. Oh no, hold on.
Conor Gray, don't interrupt him. Conor Gray, don't interrupt him. I asked Akaris not to interrupt you. Let the brother speak, please.
Go ahead,
so again, I would say I think the vice president needs to step up. The vice president isn't paying people's school fees in Nimba. He ain't carrying back or rest of people's houses. The reason why they're always calling our son because he is from Nimba and they think he will talk on their behalf. He needs to do just that. It is a failure on the part of the vice president if a company that the people have problem with is operating in his own county and he is saying nothing. So the vice president rather serve President Baka as an individual or his people in Nimba. I would choose him to serve his people in Nimba, but he's not doing that yet. And we have an argument that the vice president is bobo until the president says, go and talk. No, the vice president should not be bobo. It will never be a bad thing for the vice president to say, ArcelorMittal, you're supposed to employ 20 persons, employ your 20 persons. So is the government's policy against him telling that to ArcelorMittal, though? Our country has been ripped off for a very long time. If we need to have a change, we need to have people that speak up and that speaking up with actions.
Thank you, Asik. Allow me to say my piece. I hope everyone had the time to speak. Please allow me to have my 1 minute, please. Yes, it will be short, Councillor. Asik, I agree with what you're saying.
No, I'm begging for 30 seconds. I said 12 short. Just begging for 30 seconds.
I agree. I want everybody to just pay attention, just real quick, that the Poplar, the Honorable for the Formula, agree. I agree. Let's listen to Asik for a second here. Few years back, did Joe Howard Taylor say anything concerning Limba? Few years back, this thing about ArcelorMittal having low employment, they have not met the threshold of the employment.
Senator, can I provide a fight, please? 1 minute. Get fight.
You can kill me by.
Get 1 minute fight. It will help you. Get 1 minute fight.
Go ahead, Fubi.
Just 1 minute fight. The reason why I believe there's no reason to politicize the issue is that, one, the former vice president was a senator when the ArcelorMittal concession was passed. It was amended in the 2007 year. She was a senator. That's just the fact I wanted to tell you about. She was a senator. Thereafter, you can follow the progress.
Yeah, no, so I want to tell the
current president, vice president.
And I just want to say this to you.
You said don't politicize it. Don't politicize it. Yeah, just leave it.
Isaiah lead a politics on. That was lead a politics and focus on the issue.
But the vice president was senator.
I said, my man, you show some respect.
All of them are in the interest of the Liberian people. Every one of them.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me make my point here. Let me mute all of you guys, please. I have to make my point. We have to go. You see, this is exactly what is happening by federal Liberia. This is exactly how the people selling our country. This is exactly what you see today. The blame games. Can somebody point to me the solution? We calling Joe Howard Taylor name, serve as former senator, they brought in this vice president, Jeremiah Kuhn, representative, senator, vice president. Blame games. Jeremiah Kuhn should speak no. Joe didn't speak no. Where is the solution? Have we thought of any plan to hold ArcelorMittal accountable? But we sit here, President Boga will beg the Chinese and say the Chinese did all the geological mapping of the country. President Boga will leave that alone and go to America and tell Donald Trump, say, can you come please do the same thing? We are in some serious mess, folks. One by a policy statement, but when the president is wearing Kosu, they're not policy statement. Is this a serious country? I really want to ask my fellow Liberians listen to us tonight.
No, Stanton will not be on the show, and while living Liberia, you say whether Liberia is a serious country. Stop that. You need to be able to.
No, you
need to be
Honorable man, I think you heard my question. It wasn't a statement, it was a question. Is this a serious country? Honorable man, please don't do this. You know, I
respect this is a serious country.
Where our solution? When we come and discuss this thing, people get so angry and the people begin thin-skinned and they begin to say, well, then why? But that the problem will come and say, well, I'm just here to find a solution. People in Nimba, they are dying. People in Nimba, they are exploiting the resources. One few enrich themselves. Some diseases and sicknesses you will never ever diagnose. Strange thing happening. In Western culture, strange thing happening. No one is exempted. But I would say thank God for at least the newcomers. The 40 formula, they're trying to check. The young twin that putting his foot down. People are accusing young twin that he's been controlled by HPX. They say, so what? I mean, you got to give it to young twin. You got to give it to this young breed, this young dudes that you know what, sometimes they drive us crazy. We want to eat them raw. But you know what? If what 40 is saying is true, then you got to give it to them. 6 years of Jawia. 12 years under Akara's grave, my dear brother and friend, whom I love so dearly. Did they ever put foot? Did they ever call ArcelorMittal and instead tell us why you're not hiring and bringing in people like you promised? Why are you breaking all your NDA promises? Ask Akara's grave. What was the outcome? No, Madam said he couldn't touch that. And then, no. Joel couldn't touch that because you know what? Joel will get better. Joel will pepper bush. Give it to the young. Listen, guys. Tap them on the shoulder and say, thank you for doing a good job. We are not there yet, but let's march on. Let's chase the cockroaches. Let's go after them. Let's demand that which belongs to us. Go to another country and go rob them and see what will happen. Can you do it under the today or Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso? No. Can you guys then match there and say we'll give you 15% and we'll take 85%? How dare you? And then our president will go and sit and say, no. They are not only doing well, they are doing extremely well. Who is advising our president? ArcelorMittal said that they $1.4 billion. The finance minister still was still looking for the document. We can't find it. To justify the $1.4 billion, we're still looking. We do searching all over, we can't find it. Isn't that concerning? That we will sit on the show and blame Jeremiah Kuhn and blame Joe Howard Taylor and blame the lawmakers, but guess what happened? We are not taking the blame directly to ArcelorMittal. No, we cannot, because we want that to happen. People say ArcelorMittal will create 5,000 jobs. Then Mika said, no, 10,000 jobs. Then the executive marshal said, no, 7,000. What the heck going on? I want to say to all of you, let's keep pushing. Sometimes these Senate hearings, they are very, very important. Sometimes these House of Representative hearings are very important. Take your time and listen. If you don't have the time, go back and listen to them. I'm seeing some. Now, we're done with the burning of the Capitol building, but I'm seeing some rethinking people coming up and trying to fight. If they're trying to do it for selfish reason, well, they will be exposed. But to open the Liberian people's eyes and say, ArcelorMittal stole your money, that's the problem. ArcelorMittal is not in your best interest. My question remains, and I beg, while we close the show tonight, because it's 8:11, that will be 12:11 in Liberia, the old man that the Bobla got to go to bed. While we close the show tonight, I really don't care about you consider. You're not doing anything much anyway. What we yet saying this issue, we got to ask.
You really mean that? You really mean that in Tojana? You really mean that in Tojana?
Let me continue, baby.
No. That thing in Tojana, you really mean it?
You don't use it.
No, I won't get Asana and Soya up to 2 got them say I'm doing anything. I won't know what you really mean it.
I am saying I am saying to you, I'm not saying you're not doing anything on the show. I'm saying you are not doing anything to whatever country you're in, you are not doing anything there. That's why I said. You just said.
Oh, I just playing here. I just playing here.
Okay.
I just playing.
You just said chilling. But at the end of the day, do you think
tomorrow you see me here? Tomorrow you see me here.
With everything that we just discussed tonight, my fellow Liberian, do you think it is appropriate to even think that we're giving ArcelorMittal another 25 years? Do you want to give ArcelorMittal another 25 years? What our people still live in tent? Do you want to give ArcelorMittal another 25 years? Why the roads are so bad? Do you want to give ArcelorMittal another 25 years? Why they have reduced from 30% to 15%? Do you really want to give ArcelorMittal another 25 years? Speak to your senators. Speak to your representative. Tell them no. If anyone, without changing this MDN agreement to make it work for the people of Liberia, if any lawmaker champion ArcelorMittal and pass that deal and encourage the president to pass that deal, you should vote them out. If any current lawmaker doing business with ArcelorMittal, whether directly or indirectly through the wives, through the children, that they cannot look in ArcelorMittal clear in the eye and condemn them, you must vote them out. You must champion the cause to vote them out. They are exploiting you. They are there because of you and not because of the Liberian people. So we're begging all of you, take this time, go on Facebook and post. The work of ArcelorMittal is terrible and we got to expose it. Tell they can do better. I don't think they deserve one single vote. We're going to close the show. We're going to go to Dr. Bopler, the Akaris Mose Great, Tamba, and the rest of the guys. Can we mute? I say, is that you? Somebody play music. Counselor, is that you, please? Can we just mute? Dr. Bopler, let's close from your end, sir.
Thank you, CEO. And I really appreciate how you always just trying to make me old. Listen, my mom died when she was 57. My man, I trying to get older. So just keep speaking into my life. I will get old. I won't get old, my man. I want my children to grow up. So just keep speaking to my man. I appreciate that. So let me just say this in close. I appreciate all my friends and panelists. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with the Liberian people from time to time. The president utterances are not policy. They inform policy. Policy has to be memorialized. In a court of law, the lawyer here know that thing won't stand up, it won't hold water. Oh, the policy is extremely well. Oh, what is extremely well? Let's go look for the tape. The president said extremely well. Well, how do you measure that? Is that 5 jobs for Liberian, 50% for Liberian? The president's utterances are powerful. He is the president. It informs policy, but it's not policy because he said extremely well. That said, you know, me and my friend Isaac we don't always agree on stuff, but I totally agree tonight. A vice president who too was elected by the people, no, you do not go into public and speak against your boss. You know, leadership 101 will caution you on that. But the vice president can and should have a voice on a matter that affects Liberian. That's what makes you a leader. Look, if I had all the people working for me, Stanton, who are just yes people, it's a disservice to me and to the organization I lead. So the vice president can say something, but he will not go on and say, the president said left, we're going right. Of course not. He will not do that. In closing, though, I want to say this. The question you asked, Mr. CEO, is germane. Should the agreement be renewed? For me, absolutely not. Absolutely not under these conditions. And secondly, the tenure, okay, the duration. This is the time now to consider that from 25 to something shorter. Why? Because this is not an infant agreement or investment initiative. They've been here now, right? They've been here, they've been for a while, they've made a lot of money. This is the time to seriously look at one, either this thing will have way more equity that put Liberians in a better place, or this deal gonna be shorter. And even a shorter deal should put the interests of Liberians at the forefront. Thank you, CEO, and thank you to all my friends for listening and participating.
On that note, we want to say thank you, Dr. Bopler, and have a good evening. We're going to bring in the Honorable Akaris Mose, great former lawmaker, District Number 8, Busarado County.
Stanton, when you made some statements, I just smiled. This time I decided to come on the show with evidence. I'll send you a video. That will be my closing statement. Just play it.
Hold on, woman, and let me say.
Yeah.
Hold on, woman.
Yeah.
Okay, let me upload it. I can see it and we'll come back to you. Let Tamak close, okay?
Yeah, then you can play.
Okay, Tamak, go ahead.
Damn, I wanted to see great video, but anyway, I'm gonna
You
close.
gotta go.
No, let's let him do his thing. Look, whether you play your video or not, I was still going to close because I have my own thoughts. So here it goes. First of all, Stanton, thank you for the show and the Spoon family, and it's a pleasure being among some great Liberians. I think Liberia has really great brains. Let me just say that. We have a lot of intellectuals as well. I watched the debate yesterday, and I just wanted to some of it. I missed it, but we also have a lot of paparazzi intellectuals. We know what paparazzis are. You know that. So, like, bro, we tend to talk. We talk a lot, but then when you give us an opportunity to really deliver, to get things done, then we screw it up, or become corrupt, or become compromised, and that's the problem we have in Liberia. When it comes to the ArcelorMittal, a review, I urge this joint committee, compliance review, I urge the joint committee to take this all the way, to hold them accountable, to get to the bottom of how ArcelorMittal managed to remove or reduce the country's equity from 30% to 15%. It is important for us. We need the resources. On the renewal of their concession agreement, I think the president should really take a look at it. If it is not in the interest of the people, renegotiate and reduce it from maybe 25 years to 10 years and begin to divest ArcelorMittal out of this concession agreement and begin to nationalize so that Liberia can have greater control over our resources. We need to begin to think bigger, Stanton. Look, we cannot be around for 200 years, almost 200 years as a country, and still we don't have decent schools and hospitals and roads for our people. It is time that we rethink our being as a nation. Where do we want to go from here? Do we continue to be a handout nation where we have dependency, where people running behind lawmakers, senators, representatives to send their children to school, to take their son to the hospital? Or do we want to become a nation, a productive nation, where we have factories, where we have manufacturing, where we have agriculture, farms, mechanized farming, where there are jobs and opportunities for young people, so that there's thousands and thousands of young people that will graduate every year can find jobs, where we are not constantly, after every 6 years, bouncing the ball from one political party to another. Could it be time for the Liberian to look at the third option? And that's something they should keep in mind. Do we need a bicameral legislative system? Do we need the legislatures and the representative, as both houses? Should we reconsider rethinking our own government? Can we have a unicameral system where we have one house, and then it could be proportional based on counties? We could use different methods to come up with a resolution. But this legislature for the last 30 years, since the beginning of the war, haven't served the people much. And it is time to reconsider what is their role in our body politics. And I want to thank you so much, Stanton, for the opportunity to be here always. Thank you.
Stanton, it's me, right? Thank you very much. Look, should the ArcelorMittal contract be renewed? I would say, first of all, thank you to all of our viewing audience, and for those who make it their business to always be a part of the discussion in Liberia. We hold these discussions because we have a common interest in the country. And to all of you, my colleagues on the panel, listen, before getting ArcelorMittal, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. Don't go ahead and sign it. It's a good thing. I did an analysis and I, posted it's in the chat room. And Honorable Family, I will share with you so that you can look at it and put your legal mind and your legislative mind to it. To renew this contract would depend on what the legislatures review and come up with. I hear my colleagues saying, make it 10 years. There are standard concession period by sector. Under the FIDIC Concession Act, a mining company or mining concession has to be over 20 years. They're not football fee you're going to brush to say that 5 or 10 years. Because it is an intensive process, it has to be that way. The thing is, if you reduce it to 5 years and 10 years, then you're going to disinterest other people around the world who have interest in mining. They're going to be going to the countries where their concession, according to the to the standards are up to 20, 25, 30 years. What we can do, though, I don't see the year as a problem. What I see as a problem is what the contract ties the company into doing for our people. I mean, gas and oil concession at 25 to 40 years, public infrastructure construction like bridge, roads, sometimes 10, 15, 20 years from building to maintaining and operating and transferring it. So all of these things are based on what you put in there as a contract, as a person in the government. So Senator asked the question, and I'm going to read it verbatim. Is Liberia a serious country? I will answer to that question, yes. The country Liberia is not the country with the problem. It is the people that we elect to lead Liberia that are the problems. We take one criminal who was stealing as a minister in the government, then we elect them as a representative or a senator. And then you tell me, oh, well, because we elected him and he had money, so once we elect him now as a representative or senator, he's not going to steal again. We need to stop recycling our politicians. We got 5.6 million, maybe even 5.7 million people. Why do we keep using the same names and the same kind of people? Why? They are leading us to this kind of detriment, deliberately putting us into the problem we are in. They come there and take money from the company. Look, somebody was saying that ArcelorMittal brought 100 vehicles in the country and divided it to lawmakers. They were riding it around. You expect them to sign a bad law for ArcelorMittal? The answer to that question is no. Most of the laws they will sign will be in the interest of ArcelorMittal at the detriment of the Liberian people for the surface gain of the few who took the benefits and signed those laws. So I said, listen, we have a very good country. We should make it our business to put those people who are good, honest, ethical, sincere, and truthful leaders into power. Somebody say, oh, educated people. Well, no, it is not the education. It is the integrity of the kind of people you guys are electing. Because when a man does not have an integrity and you elect him into power, I can guarantee you, I don't care how educated he is, he's going to become corrupt. In fact, that's when he's going to use his ingenuity to be corrupt. So Liberian people, don't go around saying that educated people. No, I know some people who are uneducated, but enough, they are also rogues. So let's stop blatantly accusing things and picking the wrong people, the same people all the time. And finally, let's come back to this argument of the president's statement. I'm a policy analyst. When the president makes statement that becomes policy, it is in several directions. He announces, for example, today government must take certain action. Like he went to a cabinet meeting and said, we will make sure, like President Walker said, starting this year, we will make free primary education and healthcare. That statement has become a policy because immediately the health ministry now should begin to act on it so that the president's statement is actualized. It does not have to go through legislation at the moment to be a policy. Now, does it have to go through legislation to be a law? Yes. Because if it is not a law, any other president can come and overturn it. So the reason why you make it a law is that it is enforced and has long duration. Those are the kind of things we're talking about. The president said, all right, I can't go Teba. How can that be a policy statement? So, we should not narrow the conversation down to that.
Thank you.
I believe we have a good country. Liberians just have to take their own responsibility of being honest and sincere. That is how we're going to change this country. We are not honest and sincere, the country will continue to diminish. Thank you, Stanton.
Well, thank you very much for carrying it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play the video of Akaris Mose Gray, and then we're going to hear him. But before we do that, this is Simon Amor. We ask all reporter from Spoon Network to please go ahead. This is Simon. The Simon reads concerning the asset recovery and that of the guys that were arrested, the Mary Bro, the Tema Sawyer, the D-Max Kamaya. All of them, they are challenging the bond that was placed, that was set forth. Tomorrow, they will be at the court defending the bond from AUG Insurance Company. Now, the court is saying, listen, we do not believe this thing. No, we cannot accept it. And they're going to make that argument before the judge, before the court. They're not going to accept. The government saying they are not going to accept the bond. You remember they had 7 days to file the bond. They did, but the the government saying, and Councillor Good will speak to this. They are saying no, they will not accept it. So therefore, these guys will be at the court tomorrow to defend themselves. Again, they will be there tomorrow. They will be going in there. Your photo hereby commanded to serve this notice of assignment by leaving a copy with each of the concerned parties of their council, and have them to sign for same, and subsequently have your official returns and those on the back of the original copy thereof, indicating the form and manner of its service, and have same filed in the office of the clerk of this honorable court. So guys, be there tomorrow. You continue, you know the rest issue. So we just thought of sharing that. Let me play Honorable Great clip, his video clip, then we can move ahead. We got more information on ArcelorMittal now. We're talking about B Mountain. Please come back tomorrow. All those that received the ArcelorMittal pickup truck during Madam Salif time, we have the name, and somebody was so kind enough to send us their name. Now, if they are not there, some of them are dead, some of them are not there, but those that receive it, we get a name. Everybody that received that truck, we're gonna outline the name. We got to do this for the sake of the country. We're going to put a picture up. We're going to give you their name. They brought a disgrace to our country. They gave them one white pickup truck, and the people walking away with billions of dollars. That was complete nonsense. So we're going to expose them tomorrow. Whether they are alive or they are dead, we're going to put a picture up tomorrow. You should join us. Honorable Great.
On the subject matter is insulting. It's insulting to some of the three of us for a company document that will ratify to suggest to us what they want to do. That means they don't even respect the authority of the plenary. The legislature, this legislature, let me be specific, it's not Mitasky family. We are not working on their plantation to decide when their slaves born, who will be sent where they want to send them, or when they want to see them. They've launched an unprecedented, unwarranted attack on this body. Let me repeat. An unprecedented, unwarranted media attack on the 73 of us, to the extent that even your signature was being forged as a sitting speaker, and that's the moment that I waited for. Mita has to understand that this is a sovereign state. We are not abroad. Gone are the days that Mita will think that this legislature will compromise the supreme interests of the Liberian people. That the message will clear to them. This suggestion by Mita to us is contentious. It's a flagrant rejection to appear before this body. That is contentious when the legislature run you to appear before the legislature and you want to suggest to the legislature that you want to meet a committee. Even the committee that they themselves accused through public relations here. Let the message go clear, let the chief clerk write it up and demand from them when we want to see them. For Mita to reject an appearance here, they will have to be treated like any entity or any individual that this body are held in contempt. Our people in Nema flag is serious issue. Let me repeat. A serious issue where the team fought that 100% on their responsibility as per the ratified document. They must never dare dream, let me repeat, as a member of the committee on investment, that will be placed in their pocket and we will sign an agreement or affix our signature to an agreement where they will work with millions for the Republic of Liberia at the detriment of survival of our people. Enough is enough. The management of Mita must be brought here on an oath. They must appear to this body and to no committee We must look into their faces and speak to them. That this is not their plantation. Liberia is not a plantation. That we repeat. Liberia is not a plantation. The 57 legislature were being accused in this country by the very bitter agreement. That we repeat. The 57 legislature were being accused in this country by the very bitter agreement. We want to make it clear to them that we have a future in this country. We are not boys and girls that can be pushed aside. We want to tell our friends in the West, I want to be clear, that the forces interference. In external forces interference, and thinking that they can subject this body. I want to be clear on those people. I represent the people of the nation of Montserrat County. I care less about whosoever in the West that believe they can shove something down our throat. Our signature was clear to Mita and will be clear to any other company that we will not subject ourselves to all of them. India.
I can't agree. It violates the two-faction laws.
So wait. Let Carlos go ahead.
If you want evidence on my disagreement with Western Cluster, I'll provide. You want evidence on my disagreement with Firestone, I will provide. And 40 says something very important. That's why we keep records. There are many people who have stood up for things. At the end of the day, the voters don't do it. Spoon or dead spoon, I don't know what they call it at that time, but they were in existence when this incident took place. Okay? Many other stations. I just wanted to say to you, Stanton, too many things are happening. And some of our colleagues on the show here, they don't even know where we stand, our decision, our position. I was saying my VOA interview with Firestone. I was saying you what we did against Western Cluster. I remember one time you said, "Oh, we voted for B. Martin." I was just laughing. After I called Clarence, I said the guy did not know that I didn't even sign that document. I just wanted to say thank you very much. I appreciate what you did. And I saw they fired the entire meter issue, ArcelorMittal issue. I think Foley then doing extremely well. Like you said, the president has not yet sent the document to the legislature. You know, not that they may not, I'm not saying they're going to reject it, but they must ensure that META will do those things that they committed themselves to have doing for the last 25 years. That's my position.
But let me ask you a question, Honorable Gray. So you did all that talking, then what next? What happened?
We rejected it. Like I said, as a member of the committee, at the end of the day, I did not raise the motion, but we rejected the agreement and we sent it back to the executive. The same agreement that we're going to go to.
So no, you were also asking for them to appear. Did they appear?
Oh yeah, they came. They had to come.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're going to jail them.
I agree. Let's forget about that for a minute. And then what? They appear, and then what? What did you do? What did your committee do?
No, our objective was to ensure that they come and give some justification, okay, why they wanted the agreement to have been passed. At the end of the day, we rejected it.
And you didn't pass the agreement?
No, we didn't pass it. I will try to find the report to send it. We didn't pass it. Before they can say that, we send it back to the executive, rejected it.
No, but thank you very much. I just need that. Councillor, let's say you don't go to Honorable Fulwe.
Thank you, Stanton. Is Liberia a serious country? That was your question, and I say no. If we're serious, we won't be here discussing like this. If we're serious, we will not sign an agreement with people who have lawmakers, who have concession commission, we have other entities that are supposed to ensure compliance and wait for 20 years, and we'll be talking about, oh, you know, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. On the top of the country being serious, I didn't talk about the land. It's the people that make the country. And the decisions we make will tell you whether we're serious or not. Maybe the country is getting serious now. So the way I see my brother fully, and with the energy in him, I just hope he will not be like the other people who can call, they just call, you know, the nurse for the concessionaire to come and meet them in the corner. Because I was in the legislature, I know a lot. But he knows what I'm talking about. So for me, ArcelorMittal have breached the agreement. What the agreement says when it is breached, what are the penalties? What can be done? What can be recovered by the state before even going to sign a new agreement? Let's look into it and see before we can put things together to fight. Maybe we're getting serious now that when the new agreement is signed, every year they will be checking to ensure compliance. The next thing here is the president will forgetting that the executive power is in one person, and that is the president. He alone has the power. He doesn't need to consult with anybody before he speaks on any matter except where the Constitution provides that in the case of state of emergency, you need to consult the House of Representatives leadership, protect, speaker. But to speak about executive issue, he needs no consultation because all of those people are agents. So when he speaks on any issue of national concern, it's policy. Why people say it is it drives policy? No, he's the policy maker. He's a policy maker. All the other guys will just be there now to write what the president thinks, what he has spoken about, to write it down. He's a policy maker. So when the president speaks on a particular matter, the vice president cannot speak because Article 52 sees that the vice president is a member of the cabinet. He attends cabinet meeting and he takes instruction from the president on those things that are delegated to him by the president. If the president delegates to the vice president the responsibility to ensure that a concession agreement is passed in the Senate, can he go there and say you keep it in a cover for 2-3 days or so? He can't, because he will be violating the Constitution. And when he violates the Constitution, Article 76, it means he undermines the authority of the president at treason. So he can't do it. So let nobody think that you use the vice president presiding position like you refer to the speaker. No, the speaker is down by he strictly the House of Representatives. That's why he's the head. When they meet, he presides. But the vice president, a political position, he's sitting over there to ensure that everything the executive wants to pass, it must pass in the Senate. That's what he's there for, to lobby behind the scene. So he would not speak to anything that the president has spoken to. He can do all he things at the back. He would not speak to it. And he did not, he's not vice president for Nima County. He's vice president for he's not representing Nima. The people representing Nima, the Fubise, are the representatives and the senators. They are the ones doing the job. He can do whatever he wants to do at the back. No problem. Nobody say he can, say some things on there. But he can't come outside to talk. He will be on the water. He crocodile work, he got to do it, not to come outside. He will be on the water. So he will continue to work to ensure that the policy of the executive is implemented, and that whatever they want to pass at the Senate, it goes through smoothly. So that is his responsibility. He's vice president for the Republic of Liberia, not for Nima County. He is not vice president to represent Nima. No, he go represent Nima. He represents the Republic of Liberia. So I just want to say thank you for the show tonight, and we hope that tomorrow we'll meet again. And I wish my brother Foley and family well in his struggle. I hope he's now on the path to make Liberia a serious country. But currently, not serious. We are not demonstrating seriousness. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's see who will make Liberia great again. Honorable Foley Fumbler.
Stand on. Usually I sit back and just listen to some of the panelists. In my opinion, sometimes when I say things, people just more like do not pay some attention, but I lay the foundation for some of my conversation. A serious country in the past, that you said, like, bro, there were issues, they were not serious. The war had an impact in this country. There was no reason why people brought war in the country. And Lafayette, you agree with me that you had no say in how war was brought into this country. No say. 90% of the people sitting on this platform had no say. Few stakeholders, political operatives, disagree. They had no understanding as to whether people could solve issue intellectually, but it resorted to killing Liberian people. We had no reasons. Up to now, those people have never been punished. Why we strive to ensure that these people get punishment, because the level in which they took our country was just unfortunate. Our generation was highly impacted by their actions. They came and unfortunately they started to serve. That breed of people took power in 2005. Most of them were not professional people. They were people who lived by the barracks of the guns. Look at the component, the mixture of people who were elected in 2005. But then, these unwanted policy and phrases was enshrined in those documents by professional people to ensure that they could undercut this country. As it stands, brother, if you ask me, looking at Liberia now, whether Liberia is a serious country, I say yes. We are on the path to ensure that this country be seen in the face of the world as a serious country. Because if you want to discuss this country, you need to restrict the timing. There was a time in which people disagree and brought the barrels of they brought gun. There are times now where when we disagree, we come on the show and have intellectual conversation and sway people along the line of our professional understanding about the public good. So we cannot bring out of the conversation and say, this country, the guys are not serious. We are serious. You have a lot of professional people now into the legislature putting their feet on the ground to ensure that we can yield the best results for our country. As it stands, what we can assure the public that the essence of the public hearing is to give them more insight into the management of different concessions in this country, the absence of compliance and executive functionaries playing a major role in monitoring these concessionaires is more like undermine public trust. Because most of our community where concessions are stationed, you will agree with me that they are communities that are protest-prone. And when these things happen, police will move in and abuse local community actors. And at the end of the day, people will be all around crying, saying the police have done this. But I believe if all of us can put our feet on the ground and ensure that compliance of all of these concessionaires are fully in motion, and we have a periodic compliance review of all of the concessions yearly, my brother, will put to check most of these things. If there was a compliance hearing in the past few years or in the last 6 years, believe me, we will not have heard that the percentage of Liberia was reduced from 30 to 15 without people raising the kind of sensitive information. What we're going to do, and we're going to show the public, is that we're going to create an environment where investors feel that there's confidence to invest, that your resources invested, you have the best benefit that you think, but the Liberian people remain our priority and our interest to improve their lives. That is what we want to show. We want to create the environment where everyone strives to achieve their different objectives. So, Stanton, I would like to say a very big thank you to all of our colleagues who are members of the Joint Committee, who are willing to spend over 3-4 hours to peruse some of these documents and ensure that hard questions can be asked. As I speak to you, 3 to 4 of the different concessionaires are currently under the spotlight. The likes of Hummingbird, That has been one of the concessions that have been lying dormant. Hammenberg will be appearing next week before the Joint Committee. The CEO of Hammenberg will be appearing. We want to know, in as much as you have a concession, we're going 5 years. Things are more or less very dormant. We want to know what's happening in that concession. B Mountain was formally brought before the committee today. B Mountain, there are issues of payment of road fund. And one of our colleagues filed a formal complaint before plenary, and that committee and that communication was sent to the committee. So when we come to discuss this issue, my prayer and my request has always been, if we politicize it on the basis of the party alignment we find ourselves, we get lost into the process. It is better we objectively argue that these concessionaires has more or less undercut our interest, and they have always promoted their personal good. As such, let us stand together and fight them. Let us encourage all of the monitoring agencies in this country to ensure that they can do their work and promote the interests of this country. So, Stanton, we're going to show you that in the legislature, in the lower house, and as chairman, we're going to protect the interests of the Liberian people. And we'll ask all of the hard questions we want to know. And we'll publish some of the basic information openly. We are only interested to protect the Liberian people. And no one will undermine that trust. Thank you again. And Stanton, let me end and ask you that let all of us join hands to ensure that we can advocate for the amendment of the mineral law of this country. Then if I will not achieve anything in the legislature, I'm trying to put in place a measure that will work with the legislature to ensure that we can amend the mineral laws, that we can enshrine one thing, a few other issues. One, get away from the royalty. Bring in production sharing.
The 3%.
If you want, yeah, that 3%, that's a fact.
We're going to invite you again tomorrow. These are very
That's the process. That's the process.
Yeah, these are very important conversation, and we'll be
I'll help you.
Let me ask you
okay, thank you.
Let me ask you a question before we go to Conor Gray, Asido, then Fubi will close. Are you inviting China Union? Have you invited them?
Yes, China Union was one of the first concessionaire to be invited and was investigated by China Union. We have a report on China Union that we're monitoring. Year after, we're going to invite them to monitor that report. There's a report on China Union. I can share that report with you. And we're going to go consistently with that compliance report.
Do you do business with China Union or any of these
No,
concessions?
I do no business with any other company in this country.
Okay.
No. Yeah. I'm in the hospitality business. My guest house is something that I will encourage people that do when they in the country.
You said with any other company, is there a company that you do business with? Because you said with
none.
Any other company,
I not do business with any concession in this country. I'm encouraging people that go when you come to Bon Mines, come to Bon Mines, encourage other friends and brothers. Even Dr. Francia. Yeah, Francia spend some time in Bon Mines at my guest house, so you are also welcome. Can I spend some time in Bon Mines? There's somewhere to be.
Honorable Fode, thank you very much. Conor Gray, and then
thank you.
You know,
thank you,
Honorable Family will chair or spearhead an initiative to have an interactive website for your legislature, so that Liberians out and about can go there and see in progress what's going on. Nothing of that sort. Everything is kuku jumuku still. But let me go here and say,
I as an individual, I have a website. I have as an individual.
Don't serve. You're a businessman as well. So
your office has a website. Your office, the office.
Go on the internet. You plug in for the family.
No. In the legislature, do you have a website?
Let it close.
Family, please call me, please.
The eye syndrome as you know, taking the substance away from us. I have a website. We have a website. That's my own appeal to you. But let me say, a lot of times there's something called tyranny of the minority. That's democracy in essence. You can have all the brilliant idea. You saw Carlos Gray on the floor there, trying to push a disagreement in place. But at the end of the day, when people are compromised, of course, the majority will take the vote. You know that. That's why we have a new speaker today, because people were claiming majority. All right, but there's a way they can tyrannize the minority as well. Well, back in 1977, Vice President James Green disagreed with President Talbot. Some were open, some were back doors. And Talbot thought he was a distraction, requested his resignation. And had he not had not put forward his resignation, he was going to be impeached. That's how we have Benny D. Warner coming into power. Vice President, a yes ma, yes sir, until we can revise the role. You want to disagree with the president, then go out. That's what happened. So Green went out. You can yell out there all you want, because you know what? You're no longer, it's just unfortunate that's how a unitary state is run. Look at our own democracy, I will tell you how it's run. The thing about it is, if you disagree with the principle, my friend, you're gone. That kindles a bell like you're a military person. If your superior speaks, that's it. If he gave you unlawful order, you can reject, of course. But if he gave you lawful orders, until he speaks, you can't say a word. And this president has built a very good rapport with his vice president. He has given him so many responsibilities, including the yellow machine situation. Their presidency that they work together. Not like the last 6 years where we didn't even see the vice president. Matter of fact, we were asking, because you could not disagree with somebody like President Weah, of course. What? You gone. You cannot disagree with President Taylor. What? You gone. So that's the kind of way, even this president will have served his president well, Madam Sirleaf. Was always in the back. He can advise. He can say, Madam, do I see things? So when to come put 66 concession on him, it's just for political talk. And then you want to swindle that, with the current vice president. All that stuff is for 2029. We understand what's going on. But to be frank, if you take the book called the Constitution, the role of the vice president is spelled out there. You can have a vice president surviving, coming out in the opening, disagreeing, even behind the door. They can harmonize things. They can talk. Well, let me go back to this ArcelorMittal issue. Look at some of the things I'm looking for ArcelorMittal to address before even coming forward. One, they have a legal dispute over mining concession. Clearly, they have broken promises and community neglect. Clearly, they have labor and employment concerns. They have infrastructure and safety problem. People in our place, they're dumping waste material, radioactive material, and some people are, they're getting ill. Environmental violation. And then the bottom line is AML is under pressure for prioritizing profit over community welfare, environmental stewardship, and compliance with legal commitment. Its concession rights are being legally disputed. So if they want to take care of all of this, hey, they can do it. But before even having the audacity to even come forward to ask for additional 25 years, I think they must address some of these issues. Otherwise, don't give them the platform.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. You saw what happened with James President, Vice President James something. What happened with him? You're muted, Colonel Gray.
Sorry, Senator.
Yeah, you saw what happened with James A. Green.
I think, go on.
Vice President James Green came into being with President Talbot in 1972. By 1977, there was this disagreement in the two-week party. And the Vice President James Green was asked to resign by President Talbot. And that situation brought in Benny D. Warner. I was just lining historically some of the known situations.
I mean, some people disagree with you and say he died in office. Is it true that he died in office, or he was kicked out? Or
he was asked to resign. I don't know if he died in office. I know it was that after that situation before he passed.
So did he die in office?
No, it was after that situation. They said bringing a resignation, and he tendered his resignation in 1977. Go back and look at the history.
No, I just want to know. I listen. I'm just asking you. I mean,
maybe Burkina killed him. Maybe Burkina killed him after they requested for his resignation. You know, may he so rest in peace.
Okay.
Pull it up.
I mean, yeah, I'm reading here. You know, I'm reading James E. Green, man from Sano County.
The father did not continue to end the thing at all. They telling you, so you can look for any other. They started fine. He didn't end the term. Then you're right. Then you want to look for any other five. How many great are you today?
The man died.
With you. Whether he down, he didn't live, he didn't end the term. Say he know how to disagree with the president.
He died.
But the message.
He died off of July.
That's the message. No, anyway, he wants to speak now. The message is just clear. He didn't end the term with that president. Fine, that's go ahead. And the last vice president that tried this thing herself for president, she was arguing for gas. She was crying for no gas in her car. She was crying that she don't have power car.
So that's
the last president that tried.
So when
the last vice president, the one before her didn't end the thing. The one after. The one after cry for gasoline, cry for power car, cry for everything. She cried for even access to the office of the president. She could not have. The lives of my brother as they told, they were all there, they could not help. But I want to want in the other government. So
that's why you're telling Jeremiah.
We give too much power to the president, Honorable Foley. The legislature gives too much power.
I don't want to read the Constitution. Pierre Brown Bull, who can be arguing, says you get it original copy.
Am I a stake on the show? I can't tell my own tonight.
I say go ahead, please.
Thank you. So
after the two people, one crossfire. Stand on, one crossfire.
So after everyone have spoken about ArcelorMittal, I'm not going to focus my closing on ArcelorMittal. I know my brother Cody will be talking to them as lawmaker. Let's hope that finance ministry thing that Cody was trying to find out since that time, that up to now we know what was the outcome becomes the next one. But this is what I want to close on though. Today, all of us witness yet again a continuation of police brutality against peaceful citizens of Liberia. Today, we saw a bloodied, innocent civil servant from the Ministry of Transport. It adds to the countless number of times when the police, under the leadership of Gregory Como and President Boakai, see force and power as the only way to run a country. I ask myself, how many times will we see blood on the streets of Liberia under this government? I wish we have a legislature that is concerned about our people. The people had a just cause for calling the attention of their government. About 95% of those people voted for the Unity Party. Their jobs have been taken away from them, given to the Liberia management, something company. And don't forget, it was the very same company that had the issue at the court with John Uboti. The court system ruled in favor of John Uboti. But of course, the government of Liberia, being a very notorious government that disrespects every aspect of our judiciary system, decided to go on anyways. The people came to say, oh, you will take our jobs from us. How come? Some of us been here 10 years and you're just taking it? Police came with heavy baton, flocking on them. And people, what kind of a country do we have? Are we proud of the country we are seeing? Is it because they are not our sisters, our mothers, our relatives? It could be us someday. We should be concerned. This was not the country we all envisaged, where every single time citizens, civil servants decide to speak up, blood would be on the streets of our country. And this is where I want to appreciate the gallant men and women from the Youth League of the CDC under the able leadership of Emmanuel Johnson, who decided to endorse the protest for July 17. If you have no reason to call the government's attention to injustice in our system, the blood you saw on the streets today should be a reason that call your attention. If you had no reason for letting the government know that the government should represent the people and not bloody the people, you should take a stand. Sometimes I disagree with my own youth league, but they could have never had a better timing to endorse a protest that had every reason why you should do that. We can't continue to have a country this way. That was another person's mother. That was another person's sister being blooded because police could not exercise the least restraint to understand that those people deserve their rights. It's just about their little jobs. Why couldn't you want to even listen to them? What kind of country are we having? Why are we not concerned with those things that concerns the lives of actual human beings, man? Why should anybody blood come out their body simply because they ask the government for their just employment? And I end to say again, Emmanuel Johnson, I thank you for the decision you've taken to bring the men and women on the streets just to tell the government, you have to slow down. You deserve cuddles. That was the leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much. Fubi, let's hear you.
So, before Fubi can meet provide an information quick. If the reason of people demonstrating is that the government is insensitive to the plight of the ordinary people, let me provide this fact. The issue in question is a concession. The Committee on Concession has been authorized. Today, their petition was received, placed on the floor of the House of Representatives, discussed, sent that the people in question should appear before that committee on Monday. If you want the letter, I can share with you that letter to tell you that this government, the legislature is very sensitive to the plight of the ordinary people. That matter has been expeditiously handled. No, I just want to provide that information for you.
Yeah, but for the 1 minute, we're going to allow Fubi to speak because you know why of time we didn't bring this in. I don't think the argument whether you guys handle it well. There's a start to end. Before they got to you guys, somebody was beaten, somebody was bloody. So that's the argument. Now you guys there, you received the document, you're put it on the floor, but before we get into you guys, people went through hell and we got a video. So the question is, why were they beating? Fubi, let's hear you.
Yeah, so just to thank good show tonight. Great ran away, but in an attempt to debunk what I said, he passed around, ended up saying some of the same thing I said. Talking about the speaker can delay. We might talking about delaying signature. The speaker cannot refuse to sign a document when plenary vote. The vice president cannot refuse to sign when both houses concur and to move on to the president. So you can't come here and say the vice president can delay. We're not talking about delay. I say refusal. You got no authority to refuse to sign. It's not a choice. It's not a choice or free will that I can hear vice president. The thing else I support it, so I'll refuse to sign it. You got no choice. So that's fair. So you couldn't come to the public to come and because you've been represented before, so you can just come and just say anything and think that everybody will just fall for it. And you can't run with that. But the situation with the transport ministry today was unfortunate. I think the police should not be doing that. And they should learn to give people the freedom and the right to protest or petition the legislator. That's their right. And I don't think people should be beaten because of those things. As long as they are not violent, you should allow them to peacefully go and assemble. You can't be seen, being brutal to people on the street for trying to exercise their right and having genuine concerns to raise. Those are things. On the issue of the June 17, the July 17 protest, I'll tell them about it, nobody should take men like Mobile Malu serious. Following Johnny Mobile Malu to go on the street is just a joke. I understand the CDC noise and they want to pull around. CEO posted a picture of me on June 7. Yes, I was at the June 7 protest. I didn't say I was.
I'm fully Andres, member of the ANC, national treasurer of the ANC currently. And I did run in district number 9. This one election came second. But we also the big campaign on the establishment of war economic ground school in Liberia.
Oh, okay, that's good. So there are so many things happening around the country, of course, that leads to the protest that you're planning to do. What's your opinion?
The first thing, I want to condemn the government action because the government was out there creating fear in people and trying to create an environment that this day will have resulted into a massive war and paying people to move from point to point to discourage people from protesting. And we're saying, as a legitimate government, we must respect the rights of the people to protest. And when you refuse to allow the people to protest, then you will have the protest that Samuel did in 1980, April 12 against Togo. You will have the protest that Somo Kwangwa did against Samuel in November 12. You will have the protest that Prime Johnson and Charles did against Samuel in 1989. So we're telling the president and his team, you must always respect the rights of the people.
What is actually the real reason that leads to this?
Yeah, I'm here one for the issue of the war economic crime school. I'm here also for the issue of the bad state of the economy. I'm here also for the issue of the recent mop-up exercise that were mop-up in the pockets of the government officials. I'm here also for the president not declaring the asset to Liberian people here in government officials. But we see the president property building and grass under the ground like you planted corn on the farm. I'm here for to tell the president also here in party that you cannot resort this country into a one-party state where you say if you don't join CDC, we deconstruct your ability to survive as a Liberian. I want to tell the president that this country belongs to all of us, regardless of who becomes the president of the head of the country. We must respect the right for everybody to peacefully coexist, to live and have a decent life. The president must focus on job creation. The president cannot be telling us that we're going to hire only partisans into government and neglect the private sector. The private sector is the actual engine that runs the government. If we have a private sector that is down, if only government officials are being partisans placed in government, then you cannot have, you see the city. You have clean city, mayor, and dirty city. So also, these are all issues that we want to speak and tell the president that you cannot have incompetent people running the country because you feel they are loyal to you and you cannot get competent partisans. Nobody says, I don't want to work in government. And I've been approached and you can even ask them to see the other side. But I told them, I don't want to work in government. But the thing I want to do, I will not feel pleased. I will not be able to do it when I'm in government.
Fully, let's understand something, right? I know you are closing. Everything you listed, everything you spoke about, isn't the reason why Mobile Model Jr. said he want to protest on the 17th? Is there anything different from what Mobile Model is saying and what you said on that clip?
Yeah, there are a lot of different things, and I would say why. Mobile Molu said he would deconstruct the ability of everybody to survive if you don't join CDC. So they were pushing for a one-party state. I didn't hear that from Joseph Boaga government, that if you don't join United Party, you can't survive. I also put that the president should push for the issue of a vibrant economy, build the private sector. Mobile Molu was seen as a de facto civil service director, sending lists of people to be employed at the different ministries and agencies of government. Today, government payroll rose to the point that even came with their what is the name? Harmonization to rob Peter to pay Paul. And at the end of the day, today government is still confronted with that excess baggage on the payroll.
Guys, wait.
Government is still, having that burden of the excess baggage on the payroll. And government cannot just unilaterally just wake up one morning and say we're going to fire all the people. When you try that, it becomes an issue. So Mobile now is saying that all those people, the minimum wage they should have is to be above 500. That's being seen. Who created the problem? He created that problem. So, like I said, I supported the protest on June 7th, and I rejected the We Are Step Down campaign. When they moved for the We Are Step Down campaign, I personally went against that campaign.
We shouldn't go to the We Are Step Down campaign. Let's stick to what you just said.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not telling you the truth because people misinterpret the two. They see the We Are Step Down campaign at the June 7th. So I said no.
I beg you, brother Fubi. And that's the reason why we kept you for last. Because the best is always for last. I'm telling you got Representative 40. Yeah. You just spoke about harmonization. Do we still have harmonization in this government?
I know it's still there, and I said before that when the next government that we saw see where that'll be one of the headache. To undo that, it will be a problem for them.
Okay, so it means that it's fine right now, but we are telling was bad.
No, I'm not saying it's fine. I'm not saying it's fine.
Okay.
I'm saying it will be a headache for the government to resolve that issue. I'm not saying it's fine.
You spoke about Mobile Model taking lists of names of sedition to every ministry and entity. Where were you when we had this conversation that Reverend Luther Tapper was doing the same? The CSA bus is moving around with lists of names. Okay, where were you when the argument was had under the executive mansion? Colonel cried and said, well, they are domestic workers of the president and the first lady, but yet instead the mass migration of the old and came in the new group. I mean, can we have this conversation? You look into yourself as to you were signing like Mobile Model. I believe Mobile Model listened to this clip and making that argument today. Everything you said there, Mobile Model listened to it very well, and he making that argument today for a protest. Do you buy that? Though?
No, I don't buy that. I don't buy Mobile Model argument. Like I said, Mobile Model created the very problem that we're trying to solve. And I said, any government that will take over from CDC, I gave that government 3 years of seriousness to get the country ready to move. And we just gone 1.5 years. The problem that we're solving today, Mobile Model created that problem.
So Mobile Model created poverty?
I'm not saying the word poverty. I said the problem that we are facing today.
Let's break the problem down now. So are you saying Mobile Model created poverty in Liberia?
I didn't say poverty. I said Mobile Model created a problem that we're trying to solve today. The problem we're trying to solve is not only poverty.
It's poverty.
Mobile Model brought the payroll.
Your problem that you're trying to solve, though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
You find the problem. The cost of government going into harmonization today is a problem that Mobile Molu created.
Fubi, thank you very much for your close.
And he's saying we do not pay, don't let the 500 to government employees. What will be wrong with it? The first thing first, you must reduce the payroll.
So he said, do not pay no less than 500. But yet and still, the finance minister, Gafwan, said no civil servant will walk on with less than $150. But today, we have them making $89 and $83.
I don't support the current decision with the.
I'm trying to go back to the reason why you supported the protest then. They're not supporting it today.
So, Sandra, the question to you: do you support the protest?
And I make my point very clear on the show.
You support protest?
I do not support.
Then be a man, Fabi.
No, I gotta ask the man. The man is on click.
The people support the protest.
I didn't deny. I still stand by that. I'm saying I'm not against people protesting. I always say people have the right to peacefully assemble and protest. But I'm saying Mobile Molu should not be taken serious because Mobile Molu is one of the creation of the problem. Mobile Molu told us that if we don't do CDC, he will deconstruct our ability to survive. Because he was party chairman. Mobile Molu bloated government payroll. Today, you have so many people on the payroll that government cannot just dismiss. The government cannot dismiss the people will say, oh, that we shun.
Thank you very much.
I'm against the decent work, the decent wage bill. That's mean law. It should be amended. I know that I will push for that. I also push for decent pension to be amended. But now with the current workforce, that's why I said build
the Honorable Foley Family, let me say this to you. For me, Stanton, I do not support any protest. I believe it's the right for the people to protest, right? But I personally, you will not find me standing there to support any protest. Something from that's my fundamental belief. I believe that we can come here and speak to the issue and push the government like we have been doing from day one. But I will not encourage anyone to protest. But it's our constitutional right. You can go out there and protest, and I think it's fine. I think we've been having a great show. It's been a wonderful, wonderful evening. I want to appreciate each and every one of you. I really do appreciate the new form of House of Representatives, even I would say the entire legislature. I do appreciate that you guys holding these people feet to the fire. It's very, very important for us to discuss that every day. And I want to encourage everyone, please, Tuesday and Thursday, follow the legislature. You're going to enjoy it. I mean, fully, I appreciate you, Acid Doe, on a great Tamba, Paul Kennedy, and our brother, 40 family. You have a great evening till we meet again. May God bless you. Yagazi, can you come on? I'm going to
family, we just can't talk about crossfire. Who want to do crossfire with you?
So, what you say?
You can't talk about crossfire. Who want to do crossfire with you?
You want crossfire?
I will over agree today. But why that the Pople is saying people should not call him old man? What is it that he making use of his elder age?
When people get educated in the West, the whole age thing become a mind thing for them. They don't left for you to tell them you old. When you call on a irremediable you old, now man lay hand on you finish.
So the old man say you want for me to get old? You want for me to get old?
Yeah. You know how we can call people old man, like bro. You don't want to call anybody else.
There's a need we follow the legislature a lot is happening.
Those things don't bother me. You see me in person, I'm a different character. So if you call me old, I have business.
Oh man, why you call me old for extended? I'm old man. You want for me to get old?
10 years ago, I could bench press. 10 years ago, I could bench press 300-400 pounds. But right now, maybe I reduce all the way down, but I can still lift.
You can bring more than 20. Right now, I give you 20. You can't go 20 now.
There's somebody called Yakazi, I believe. Yakazi is.
You try to
Maybe like,
will be touching the ground.
But stand up. I will encourage you to send your guys at the legislature moving forward.
Yekezi, that is on the show tonight. Yes,
Monday will be another hearing. Tuesday another hearing. Wednesday another hearing. So you always have public hearing, and we're going to continue beyond the break.
Can you please hold on? He's coming on. Yekezi, come on, please.
I'd like to share something with you.
Okay. So stand down. Please share my number with him because I do not have my number. You want to pick it up?
I will give you for the number. I will give you for the. You want me to announce it again?
Your WhatsApp number, right?
My WhatsApp number. Announce it. I don't have problem.
Yeah, I was sending it to you on WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah, announce that number.
Don't forget to get on our website. We want to be going there and see what's up.
Say you want to announce my number. Let me just.
Man, you offer different things today, my man. Forget about it.
That's
you want the whole former district. You want the whole former district to run the vote.
But no, they come in. That's not an issue. But you have people sending messages from around the world.
Yeah, but you asked me to announce your number, right?
I mean, go on Facebook. You get my contact. My page is verified.
The way your friend can do it, they got a website.
I have a website. I have an official website.
It
was built 2 months ago. 35 40 50
027 707. Well, you get it? 777 027 707. That's the first number. Let me find the second number.
But sending a normal competition you on here, my man.
The second number.
You're not calling anything. I can't allow you to call anything.
The second number
is sufficient. It's sufficient because they my mother number is not a public commodity.
455 352.
508.
That's a representative number. That's for the number. It's cool. But for it, Yekezi is a son at the House of Representatives. So gave you the schedule.
So Yekezi, I wish that you can stop by at my office and we can give you some of the information surrounding some of the appearance of those stakeholders, especially the concession review update. It'll be good for you. Okay.
They put it back. Look at all of that. They said we have it. We have it. Thank you, CEO.
I mean, the first missed call has come in. The first missed call, yeah.
Forget it. They said we have it.
The first missed call.
Well, thank you very much, man. It's always good having you.
The second, the person still calling. They're trying to know.
I will text you on WhatsApp, Honorable Foley.
I just saw your number, but another person try my number.
So, but wait, let me just put it up good. I bet you.
No, what?
Don't do that, man.
I mean, what are you doing, man?
The man gotta get some money. The man gotta get some money before we start.
You my man.
Ain't this something we'll call it?
I mean, the second person calling.
Oh, no. Funny with teaching on tonight.
Then I said my phone ringing. That's the 3 missed call.
For that, once you respond to my number, then I will send you the document.
And another person calling.
By the way, I beg you, I guess you give me 1 minute to put the number up.
Hey man, don't do that, man.
Send them
I mean, send them my number. Someone still calling me.
My man, you know how far for them I say I beg you.
I mean, leave my number not public commodity.
You know why your friend
you need to join me. Let us see how best we can revise the minimum laws of this country. It's something I'm very much interested in.
Yeah, that law too old.
The law is archaic. It doesn't meet current reality.
Exactly.
It's old. So we need to review it. We not just review. We need to amend it to fit current reality. Let us move into different framework that will help protect a lot of resources in this country.
But I think you are discussing something good, but my question here is that you are the lawmaker who can push that. I really don't like it.
If I had a team of lawyers now,
what about the decentralization? What's your take?
Of what?
The port law, the decentralization of the port.
Stanton, I was on the show the last time we had a conversation about it. I said to you,
just look, it's rolling, represent the 40 formula number. It's right there. Both numbers, by the way. Both numbers right there.
The numbers are not correct.
It's correct. That's a no. Let me just move this a little bit.
Conor Gray, they stand up, meditate, you tell someone, say, don't do that when you want to. Say, not do it. You will not put it on again.
So now,
when you tell someone, say, don't do the thing. Eh? You will do that one. So send that one for you to put it there.
That's what the problem now, guys. For to say everybody should reach out to any place. Just listen. The reason why I put the number up today, I really do appreciate.
No, if people with good documents that has to do with how we can amend the mineral laws, you can send it. My number is a WhatsApp number. You can send it and we'll work on it. I want for us to work on that. I'm interested in that.
What you guys know about ArcelorMittal is good, and all the other
people. I'm interested in that.
All right. So that's for the formula number, please. You have it. Send your message. Appreciate his work. It's not perfect though. We are all not perfect, but let's just appreciate him. Honorable man, your number
I
is.
will doing campaign. You said to raise money in America.
Central, let me take leave of you guys. Well, my friend and brother Togo Richards is celebrating his birthday today.
But Senator, let me leave you the last issue. I think AML, the board member, someone reached out to me. One of the board members, he said he had not taken office yet since he was appointed.
I know who's that. The person somebody sent me their name too. I know who is that person. And
so we'll be inviting him to hear from him.
Other issue we didn't get to the LACRA deal, and I think that will concern you. The agriculture and LACRA deal. It's very, very bad. And the LACRA the report I gathered is saying the president removed the director and deputy, but the fault is on the president kept there. Because that individual relationship to some of the president family members. We have the document, we have the story, and we'll get into it. You remember one Gali, the deputy, and the other person. But on this note, I want to say you are always welcome, Honorable Fode Fumbler. This is your
Thank
home.
you again.
Appreciate you. Have a good night. My
Thank you. Good night to everyone.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you. As a do, man, what a day yesterday, but we appreciate you a lot. Paul, thank you for coming, my friend. Have a good night. Okay. All right. So Yekazi, let me call it, man. I can call it Shadia. You're about to say bye, Yekazi. Once you say bye, we out. Say bye, Yekazi. Say bye. Say bye. You gotta speak. Yekazi, you are muted. You are muted. All right. Say bye, Yekazi.
Bye bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good night. Say good night. Maybe because you are not Dama or Nelson, I don't know. You always say good night to them. But you guys will say, listen, let me take this young man now and do the evening grandfather duty. This is Mr. Levi Dempster. He's the man of the house. He's the man, Yekazi. You know, when you want to call him, he will answer. You say bye, Yekazi. You want to say bye? You say no?
Oh, the message.
All right, Yekazi, bye.
Okay, good night to you. Yeah, so folks, that's it. You can join the team, the CEO and his team of panelists tomorrow when they hope to be here with another edition of the Spoon Talk. I'm Yekazi Zobe bidding you a pleasant goodbye from Odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Bye-bye.